Good morning everyone, and welcome back to Doomlink's Life Hunts. I'm very pleased to be able to share with you for the first time in... well, it's been probably about a month since I last played Monster Hunter Tri, but I didn't end up uploading my last recording to YouTube, and the reason why was because it was miserably boring. I ended up hunting with a guy, there were not many people playing at all, and this guy decided to host Giganox for 2 straight hours. That's all he wanted to do, and I was very tempted to not do what he wanted, but for some reason I was convinced to give him a hand, and it was boring, and I was complaining, and it sucked, so I didn't upload it. But here we are back in Monster Hunter Tri, again, finally. Ideally this VOD will be uploaded to YouTube. I suppose we will have to find out. But anyway. I will be playing on my sort of original character, basically not the one that I'm working through, as I was working through it before, the one named Doomlink, so it's not going to be that one, it's going to be Lord Zor, but it's not my original character. I lost that, unfortunately, but this is the one that I made when I started playing Tri again on the old servers, and I probably played for about, let's say, 9 to 12 months on that character. So, it's something that, it's still a work in progress, to be honest. There were certain things that I had to work on with this character after launching into it again for the first time in 10 years, and it's still not quite there yet. I need to acquire some talismans to build some new sets. Most of the sets that I have in this game are full armor sets, rather than mixed sets where I'm mixing and matching armor pieces. There are 2 reasons why. The first is that back then I didn't want to take the time to manually make all of my old sets again, because that really was such a painstaking process back then that I didn't want to deal with it a second time. And second of all, I just don't have the talismans that I need to make good sets at this stage. I don't know why that is, I think it has to do with luck, but in addition to that, I haven't done many mining runs where I've specifically tried to get those time-worn charms. That's really what you're after in this game, it's time-worns. And, yeah, I haven't really had the chance to do that, or haven't had the desire to do that since picking it up again. So, either way, that's my short introduction. And good morning to you as well, Peaberry. We do have 16 people online at the moment, which is acceptable. It has to be said that unless... oh, I hate it when I have to reconnect my controller. I do need to check to see if there is some kind of option to at least extend the duration of controllers being connected to the emulator. I accidentally clicked on Sony Vegas Pro. No, I do not intend to open that. I will end task now. Okay. Just double checking everything looks fine. It appears to look fine. Oh. The sound of me making that selection didn't reach my ears, so there you go. Anyway, 16 people isn't great. It has to be said that when these people are most active is when I am least likely to record. And I'd say this is an active period of time, and most of you will probably be able to agree, or at least be aware of the fact that I very rarely record at this time, so there you go. Melina at HR23. Arsenal is helping Lyra at HR 19. Starman HR 10. Room that I cannot even view. I hate it when that happens. Please tell me there are some higher ranked people that I can play with. Thank you, the King. It is the King himself. I don't believe he was in a room that said solo play. But I have reason to believe that if a person makes a haul in the very last room of the online city, that they may not want to play with other people. That might be incorrect, but we'll find out. If he tells me to get out, well, they usually don't tell you to get out, but basically it's becoming a bit of a running joke now in the Tri community that even if you make a room that says solo play, everyone tries to join your room and play with you. But I don't believe that's what's in the room settings here. Local info. It is everyone welcome. Well, there you go. The King says hi. I also say hi. Well, I guess it is the king and his lord, which is awkward. I don't intend to engage in such vassalage today, because I am of a considerably higher hunter rank than this guy. So my current hunter rank with this character is 237. My original character was 568 when I lost it. So I suppose I'm just on a mission to get back to that old hunter rank. I always eat for exchanger, that is a routine. The only time that I do not do that is when I need explorer, or if I need sharpshooter, or something like that. I was successful in getting exchanger. Now we just have to work out what kind of quest we're going to do. I can see that the king is using full Baroth, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not what I generally expect when I see a hunter rank 70. Full Baroth is more typical of people going through the beginning of high rank. Let's see what his skills are. Well, it's probably unfair of me to evaluate him in the way that I just did. Those skills are perfectly reasonable. Nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, if it is your desire to go Adrenaline Blade Master, then this is a perfectly reasonable set to use. In fact, he has combined that with Evasion +2, which is an excellent combination. Adrenaline and Evasion for Blade Master is excellent, because I can speak for myself when I say that I only used Adrenaline Blade Master back in the old days of Tri, when I actually put more effort into my video gaming. I'm sure you're all aware by now that I'm very casual when it comes to Monster Hunter, but back in the old days of Tri, that's not how I was. I was not inclined to sit back and play casually. I used to put a lot of effort into it. Back then, I would only use Blade Master Adrenaline in very controlled circumstances, where there was speed trapping involved, and paralysis and sleep and all sorts of things like that. And usually there would be a team effort involved to make that happen, essentially locking down the monster, and then in addition to that you'll activate adrenaline and use might pills and all of this business. I don't recall actually using Evasion +2 in conjunction with Adrenaline +2. That probably would have been an excellent idea, and I can say that as a strategy, it's something that I can respect. Alright, so he's posted Double Trouble. Let me think what would be fun to use. I suppose we'll go with Hammer. I will use the Alatreon Metamorph. I saw that he was using it before, actually. Now, when it comes to choosing between the Alatreon Metamorph and the Devil's Crush, my choice is dependent upon the extent to which the monster that I'm fighting is weak to dragon. If the monster is partially weak to dragon, I'll just use the Devil's Crush, because of course most of the damage that you're dealing with that weapon is through the raw damage. It's the sharpness multiplier on purple, which is immense in this game, and then also the raw damage, which is quite high with that weapon. Well, I think the two of us should do quite well with this quest, so let's do it. I don't know why he has elected to choose the HR35 Double Trouble. There is actually a higher level one, where presumably both monsters are at full health, whereas here you're going to have reduced health for both of them. I would actually prefer the HR51 quest, because the HRP is better. But I do have Exchanger, so that will make this quest at least acceptable in terms of HRP. Now, in much the same way that 3 Ultimates online interactions are, even though we are dependent on a quest here, we can expect to get more people joining, which is a very good thing. When you choose to hunt with only 2 people, you are not committing to that forever. You are not always going to be hunting with 2 people because you've suddenly disappeared from a list of available rooms. Of course, it's very much like that in Monster Hunter Double Cross. So, well, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, I suppose. That would be the more relevant naming. But yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be playing Dry. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. I was fortunate enough to be able to get a decent recording with Monster Hunter Freedom yesterday. Don't fucking leave now, asshole. That's right. I do not require your lack of cooperation. I don't want this to turn into like a solo effort for both of us. I'm playing online because I would like to play with other people, so hopefully he comes over here and joins in on the hunt. So a reminder to those of you who have forgotten or are indeed unaware of this fact. In this game, the hammer deals most of its damage, or rather the most damaging attack of the hammer is in fact the super pound, which is absurd, makes no sense, but you will see a lot more super pounding taking place from me when I use hammer in Monster Hunter Tri. So, and while those of you who watch me frequently can attest to this, I do not often use the hammer, but back when Tri was the newest game, I used to use hammer a lot, so strangely, it's like putting your hand into an old glove. It fits perfectly. And old in the sense that I haven't put my hand in the glove for quite some time, but when I return to this style of using hammer, it's it feels very comfortable. Just being able to super pound with the knowledge that I'm doing quite a lot of damage. In fact, the ideal damage. I don't mind taking a hit there. I'm going to double check to see if the game volume is acceptable. I'm happy with that game volume. That's just right. The fluidity of hammer that you're witnessing here is new to this game. Hammer, as it was in Freedom Unite, is how it was before this game. So I want people to watch Monster Hunter Tri with the understanding that the game that preceded it was Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I think a lot of people today take everything they're seeing here for granted. This game was fucking amazing when it came out. Absolutely amazing. It took Monster Hunter to the next level, and I was so excited to play it at the time. I loved it, and even better still was the community itself that you would play with online. It was an excellent collection of people who would play cohesively and constructively, and it was just a community with personality as well. There were a lot of personalities that would sometimes clash, and oftentimes you had very positive interactions as well. It was just a different time. And it will never happen again. I'm sure there will never be a repeat where the stars will align in quite such a perfect way as it did with the release of this game, in terms of community, in terms of lots of other things. But yeah. Yes, it's not until you actually emulate this game that the point can really be hammered home, so to speak. That this was the highest resolution Monster Hunter game until World came out. I have done nothing to these textures. These are all... I wouldn't even say that this is upscaled. This is just native resolution, but not being held back by the Wii. This game was originally developed for the PlayStation 3. I don't know how far into the development process they realized that it wasn't going to come out on the PS3. But I remember rumors of a PlayStation 3 Monster Hunter, and quite frankly, this was it. So when you see these really high resolution textures, what you're seeing here is what the game would have looked like if it had released on PlayStation 3. So I would have much preferred that myself. I don't know why that didn't go ahead. I'm sure that it is known why it didn't go ahead. I don't think it's unknown in the community. I just haven't informed myself of why that never transpired. But yeah, when you see how all of the weapons move, and how the game looks, just everything, you have to look at it in or with the understanding that the game that came before it was Freedom Unite. And it also has to be understood that that's what Portable Third was. It was a continuation of this. Yeah, graphically there were more similarities to PSP Monster Hunter, but in terms of the gameplay, it was everything that was done well in Tri. Maybe not literally everything, but most of what made Tri fluid, exciting, new, and a huge step forward in the series in a positive direction was there in Portable Third, most certainly. Hey, Tal. Yeah, there were a lot of aspects to 3 Ultimate that were very disappointing. One of them was that they didn't continue with this level of quality. They instead... I mean, that's my frustration with Portable Monster Hunter. You know, people who don't understand why I deride Portable Monster Hunter in the way that I do will hopefully have a better understanding now, watching this. Like, this came out in 2009 in Japan, okay? And then in 2011... and then later on again in 2013. Like, let's just look at it in that way. In 2013, the Wii U gets Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Now compare the appearance of... Jesus, how many fucking... I just had to take that hit because I swear I witnessed that guy throw 3 dung bombs. I heard the sound of a dung bomb making contact with a monster not once, not twice, but 3 times. I don't know how that happened, but... anyway. It's like he was using dung shot. That was how frequently, or how quickly and successively those impacts were. That would be quite funny, actually. Dung shot. I'm not really getting my turnarounds very well, I apologize for that. It looks like those dung bombs were completely unsuccessful in getting rid of these monsters. Alright, see. I would like for him to turn towards me more often. But he is not. Oh, we've got a Melinx interrupting my combo. I would have been able to get a golf swing off there, courtesy of my resistance to the roars of the monster. But no. Do I have dung bombs on hand? I used to, up until very recently in this game. Is that now the second death? It is the second death. What's going on, man? Fuck off. I can't see what's going on. I can't see what's going on! I was being affected by wind pressure in the worst possible fucking moment. Seriously, I'm fucking poisoned. I'm not doing well. I heard that. That was Rathalos being knocked out of the air by Rathian. I wish I had caught that on camera. It's always entertaining when that happens. Seriously, what a mess. P-Berry says that Portable Third might be his favourite. I can respect that. If you're going to compare this game to Portable Third, it's probably the best comparison that you can have for Portable Third and any other game. And the reason why is because each game has something that the other lacks. So Portable Third has a little bit more content than Tri, it has more weapons than Tri, but it's a lot easier, which I consider to be a problem. Easier in just a silly way. Monsters just die, they don't survive at all. And, yeah, there's a lot of positive things about Portable Third, but there are a lot of things that it doesn't have from Tri that were very good in Tri. So, I think together, they created a very good Monster Hunter experience. Hello? If you're looking to land, my friend, you've got a long way to go. Like, that's... Oh dear. I have to say, I haven't seen that in a while. Compared to 3 Ultimate, believe it or not, this game is a little glitchier. It's Alpha Team Monster Hunter, you have to expect that, but yeah, there are a decent number of glitches. Apparently, Rathalos was so embarrassed by that momentary lapse in, I don't know, cognitive function that he has now left. Oh no, I can see that he's now trying to return to his woman's side. Can we all just have a moment to appreciate the fact that Tal doesn't want to play 3rd generation Monster Hunter because your character climbs too slowly? He hasn't mentioned it here, but he mentioned it in my server just a few, well, maybe not a few hours ago, but let's say 12 hours ago. And that's quite a shameful remark. I mean, you can express a dislike for the slowness of climbing in older Monster Hunter, but to actually say that you don't want to play old Monster Hunter because of how slowly you climb, that's really quite shocking. That's something that you would print and frame or engrave on a plaque or something. I don't know why Rathian decided to go to Area 8. Maybe to take a breather or something. I've come to realize now why this is not going so well. It's because this other guy, the King, has not really been contributing very well to this hunt. I haven't seen him very much. And admittedly, I'm not playing very well either. I do have to take responsibility for my own shortcomings here. And I could be playing better than I am. At least I'm getting my turnarounds now because he's actually turning to face me. That's a good start. See, the golf swing here it will connect this time. You see, I actually positioned myself to get a golf swing to the detriment of the 2 attacks that lead up to the golf swing. Fuck me. You can see that there's no KO damage on the initial attack of that Super Pound. Yeah, you keep away from me. I need my purple sharpness back. I'm gonna need it if I want to kill you. And now we're dealing with Rathian. Yeah, to be honest, I'm glad that I didn't depart on this quest. Well, excuse me, I'm glad that I didn't depart with this guy on the HR51 version of this quest. We would be doing it for like 30 minutes. Because he's not doing anything. Lyra has joined the room. That's a problem. This person has HR19, which is... I've explained this before. I find it to be the height of discourtesy when you join a room of high-ranked people and you are of a much lower rank. It essentially is a form of begging. Like, your mere presence there is a form of begging. It's like, I can't do your quests because I'm of a lower hunter rank. You have no choice but to do my quests. Please do my quests. I hate that shit. If that sort of thing is accompanied with, or accompanied by decent communication, it's okay. But communication's very poor in this game, because you've really only got the on-screen keyboard, unless you're, of course, playing on console. And so, I don't appreciate it. I don't want to do HR19 quests. I don't want to do low rank. I want to hunt in high rank with this guy. But Lyra joining this room now requires me to be the bad guy. Okay, Lyra has left. Probably not actually realizing that we had departed on a quest, which is ironic enough on its own, but yeah, I just find it to be unfair to do that to a team. That was something that I was avoiding at all costs while I was playing on my Doomlink character. Shockingly, the King is getting in there and actually doing some damage to the wrong monster, I should add. He's swinging at the Rathian. Fuck me, sideways. Hello, Hussein. Some people do fall asleep to my live streams, so if that ends up being what you're doing, then so be it. Yeah, I'm not really in a position to down-talk the King all that much. I haven't been playing that well. in this hunt, so... You know, if my play were really on point, perhaps I could talk down his contributions or lack thereof, but... Yeah, no. I'll just have to sit and take it. Why this fucking bastard is still alive, I actually don't know. Get out of the air. Thank you. Do you see what I mean? This is not the first time I've KO'd this monster, and this guy isn't even here to take advantage of it. Does he not realize that when I'm using a weapon that KOs the monster, that is really only, like, the effectiveness of that is proportional to the number of people that are there to take advantage of the monster being KO'd. Under these circumstances, only half the available damage is there during the KO because the other guy's fucking gone. That just annoys me in a big way. Well, he's limping now. Fucking Jesus. Hey, Yamatori. He should land in Area 7. Yeah, I'm quite shocked by how slow this has been. I'm using the Alatreon Metamorph, high dragon damage, purple sharpness, getting plenty of hits off on the head. Not as many as I could be getting. Oh, I hate it when he just fucking does this. I'm hoping for a turnaround, but he instead wants to stand there looking around, even though I'm right here. Yes. That's very good. And he's fucking dead, finally. And the king has quite appropriately decided to just leave the slaying of the Rathalos to me. Good team effort, though. Now he can come and get his calves. Yeah, the king and the lord. And, quite frankly, the lord is getting pissed. Well, I hope that he's been dealing decent damage to this Rathian, because that would mean that we will be close to finishing this hunt. It's not like we're dealing with a full health Rathian here. I can see that she's got a broken head. As tempting as it is to stand here doing golf swings, like I said, it's not the highest damage you can get. Perhaps combo-wise it ends up being better because you have those two lead-up strikes before the golf swing, but strictly speaking, the Super Pound is stronger than the golf swing. Yeah, we've got a limping Rathian, so... It seems that he ended up just soloing this monster for the most part. Oh, he wants to capture, does he? Lovely. I will leave that to you, my friend. You will expend your trap. Carved a Rathian plate. Quite frankly, I deserve it. I deserve it. Using a hammer, I mean, maybe the hammer is very damaging on its own, I do understand that, but the reason why I use a hammer in multiplayer is so that all hunters that I'm hunting with can get in there and deal damage during the KO. That is what makes it so effective. It is still effective without that, but still. No, no, no. Where's your trap, mate? Down it goes. Uh-oh. Okay, this is dangerous. We don't need a fucking failure. He nearly died 3 times, though. GG, he says. I'm not actually going to give you a good hunt for that one. I didn't really appreciate your contributions, shall we say. I would have preferred to hunt with both of us together. I don't have much space. He says, well, that's fair enough. He says, sorry for my 2 deads. My 2 deads. I'll give him an NP for that one. You don't need to miss it, Takashi, you can just play the old games, that's the way it works. I don't miss it at all, because I don't have to live in a world where it's gone, or where I can no longer enjoy it. So therefore I don't need to sit here and say, I miss it when Monster Hunter was this way or that way. It's all I know, and I'm happier that way. I live a happier life. People think I don't because I'm so bitter when I discuss 5th generation Monster Hunter, but that bitterness is only me reliving the experience of playing it. I haven't forced that on myself in a long time. We just got another hunter. I'm going to pray that it's someone who's HR 51 and beyond. I can live with... Okay, I'm going to rephrase that. I'm going to say, as long as they are high rank, I will be content. Let's have a look. Case. Well, they are high rank. HR 44. Well, that's fine. Since Monster Hunter 1. Okay, fair enough. What's his loadout? Attack up medium, critical eye +1, good luck. It's pretty good. And Guandao. A respectable loadout for HR 44. More than what I was using anyway. With my Doomlink character, because I was too lazy to focus on skills until reaching high rank. Well, it's probably not accurate to say that I was using worse than that at HR 44, because I didn't reach HR 44 on my Doomlink character. Tal is calling it. He is saying that Monster Hunter 6 is going to be super arse. Which I would say is a fair guess. He wants to capture a Rathalos. Well, more Rathalos, I guess. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get Capture Guru, because I don't fucking trust. I don't trust anyone around here. I believe I just changed the talisman on this, don't I? I've given myself auto-tracker here before, I just need to refamiliarize myself with my stats, so... Yeah, I'm swapping out the expert, so I'm taking away... Is that right? Yes, I'm taking away Critical Eye and replacing it with Capture Guru. Just need to get my talismans. Where am I going for this? Equip. Okay. I need to remember where my... It would be a Perception plus 10 jewel. I can't quite remember where it is. I think it's around here. This is the first game where talismans were introduced, by the way. What that means is that the only way for me to search talismans is by doing precisely what I'm doing right now. It sucks, and I hate it. I'm not used to it. And yeah, looking back on it, I never questioned it, because this was the first game to have talismans, but I suppose I would have thought at some point, oh, it would be nice to actually be able to search through a list and maybe filter that list in some way. But I wasn't sitting here complaining about it because it's all I knew. But now that I've come from other Monster Hunter games, this is fucking miserable. Like, I just want a Perception plus 10. There you go. That's all I needed. That's all I ask. Alright, there's Capture Guru. Now what do I use? Whoa. Someone joined the room at the same time that I opened the box, and it caused the emulator to take a dump. Alright, let's bring Black Harvest. Melding? God, no. Yeah, that's, melding. I don't know if that was... What did the Wycoon do again in Monster Hunter 4? I don't remember there being melding. I think that's a Monster Hunter World edition, P-Berry. Melding. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong, maybe I'm remembering it incorrectly, but I don't recall the Wycoon being able to do anything with talismans, and I don't recall that being an option in Double Cross either. I keep saying Double Cross instead of Generations Ultimate. But, yeah. Oh, Cathar. Are you... Really? I remember polishing relics and stuff. Case has left the city. Why? Why? Now you've just... Now we're stuck with this guy! What you doing? Well, not your quests, mate. Why has Case left? That is the worst possible scenario. Fuck me. I don't want to do this guy's quests. But it... You see, when he inserts himself into this room, it then turns me into the nasty guy, who then doesn't want to help him. But the point is that I'm here to play high-rank Monster Hunter. You know, endgame Monster Hunter. Fuck me. Well, I confess that I never bothered with melding, okay? I'm sure I would have known about it in the past, but yeah. I don't want to do anything with Dagger. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. I'm tempted to look for different rooms because I don't particularly like the King either. But, yeah, It's also not my room, so I don't know if I can tell this guy that it's high rank. I'm just going to say we're doing high rank. Without an apostrophe with we are. Where is the W? Fuck! So annoyed by this. Alphabetical order keyboard. How hard is it to have a fucking QWERTY keyboard? I mean, that is literally Nintendo for you right there. We're doing high rank. Only Nintendo would make an on-screen keyboard that wasn't QWERTY. Fucking idiots. I say Nintendo because that on-screen keyboard looks like a Wii-themed on-screen keyboard. It doesn't seem to be specific to Tri. I think it's keyboard functionality that was brought in to Tri. Dagger's like, oh! Well, the guy who just left was high rank and was hosting a quest and we had all joined it, so... Well, P-Berry, the way it was on console was quite simple. You just plugged in a USB keyboard, and it was the same free typing that you would see in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. But the problem is that the emulator Dolphin doesn't support that for Monster Hunter Tri. Apparently, the only way for that to change is if the Dolphin emulator team makes that possible for Monster Hunter Tri. I don't know what would have to change, I don't know. And I also don't know if I can trust that. I feel like that can be modded outside of the emulator and then added onto it, but maybe Dolphin isn't as open source as I may have suspected. I'm not sure, but yeah. Just the way that it negatively affects communication while hunting is quite difficult. What does King want to do? King apparently is not invested one way or the other. Doesn't care. He's doing a dance. I just want to hunt something. Anything is fine. I don't think any of these are appropriate. I don't know. Fuck. How about... Well, I'm tempted to do Rathalos because I just set up for Rathalos. Daga says, it's okay when I tell him that it's HR 32 plus and then stays in the room. So I don't know what that means. How about we do... I actually don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. This is a game where I don't like choosing a quest myself because there are so few quests to choose from that I don't have much desire to bother. How about... I don't know. What should we hunt? How about Goebel? Fun, right? Because the king doesn't want to post anything. He's apparently not in need of anything at HR 70, which is fine. The king says, How about grab a Goebel? Let's do it, man. You want to do Phantom Irrigun. Ironically, that's actually a low rank quest, and I've just told this guy that we're not doing low rank, so... Alright. It also has to be said that if we want to organize or perhaps encourage the formation of a high rank group, it's going to make that much, much harder if we're doing a low rank guy's quests. Because then that automatically becomes a low rank room. If we're helping a low rank guy, that's it. We are committed to that and that's the only thing we can do. I just don't agree with all that, because this is online Monster Hunter that quite naturally incentivizes people to help each other. Because when you're in a specific quest bracket, you do need to rank up through the hunter ranks, which means that all you need is HRP. You'll naturally be able to help the other people within your hunter rank bracket. It's not like it's only key quests. So... yeah. In this game especially, I'm not going to go out of my way to help someone when I'm HR 236 and they're HR 29, or 27 was his hunter rank. It's the best way to do this. I'll farcast. Yes, help Baroth urgent. There was a lot of that going on. The number of times... I do have to say I have absolutely no regrets working on that Doomlink character because it allowed me to see what it was like to play through Monster Hunter Tri online again. I had forgotten a lot of details and... What are you doing? The king has exited the game. I'm live, you know. There's a show going on. Fuck's sake. He didn't disconnect because there was no message saying that he left the city. So... what the fuck? It was just him abandoning for some reason. Yep, he left. Okay. Why he decided to do that, I don't know. Maybe he did disconnect. I'm not sure, but... it is a Merciful Fate shirt. It's the Melissa album from 1983. Merciful Fate is one of my favorite bands. Are you fucking kidding me? This is it? This is it? What the fuck? Okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm going to make a room. City 1. We'll say skilled players only just to make it clear that I'm doing high rank. I wish I could make that more apparent. Because skilled players only is very subjective. You can be quite skilled and be low rank. My point is that I'm not doing low rank shit. So we're going to make that room. And I'm going to appeal to the community. To see if anyone wants to hunt. Because this is not working right now. Hello, Gaming. Well, this is the thing, P-Berry. I mean, this should be a decent time zone for Monster Hunter Tri. Admittedly, well, no, maybe not, because the Europeans have gone to sleep. The best time to play Monster Hunter in the world is when the Americans and Europeans are awake. My time zone is the opposite to that. So it's frustrating, but it's a fact of life. It's just unfortunate when I'm here live and then quite suddenly I have no one to play with. Huh. Fallout 1. Fucking hell. That is classic. Top-down survival. Woo. Yeah, I remember what original Fallout looks like. Has not aged well. Has not aged well. I mean, if you're used to playing old 3D games, then it probably looks fine, but God, my memory of it, not great. I regret to say that I may have to go to a different game. Because if there's no one to play with, then that's it. Well, I find that Daggerfall ages much better than the original Fallout. Daggerfall is fine to me, because it's first person, it's immersive. I find it more immersive when it's first person. With those kind of graphics. I reckon you could put any kid of today in front of Doom and they would enjoy it. Like original Doom. So... Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I doubt it. I can't imagine that I'm going to be driven to play that game. Alright, I will inspect the activity on Hunsterverse. Let's see if there's anyone to play with in Freedom Unite. It'll be quite a seamless transition, because I'm not going from one console to a different console. If I were playing 3 Ultimate, that would be a nightmare, because that's on Wii U. And then I'd have to change to a different console or change to PC. Ugh. Terrible. Whereas this will be quite easy. I just need to see if anyone's playing. Not my gathering hall. Oh, am I stranded though? Oh, it's the king. The king is back. Awkward. Okay, so the king just had a disconnect, apparently. There's no way for me to know that for certain. So, there you go. The show goes on. The king is back. Fuck's sake. Alright, grab a gobble. Wait, I need to eat. Allow me to do that. Well, no exchanger this time, again. My luck with exchanger fluctuates drastically. Sometimes I get it endlessly, and then other times I have, you know, a 20 quest dry spell. It's quite sad. What is my HRP? This quest won't be enough to rank up, sadly. Looks like the king is also going Thunder. Which is good, better than that Paralysis Switch Axe. The Bastion Blitz isn't too bad, but its damage could be better. And at the end of the day, the Paralysis isn't that helpful to us. There's only 2 hunters, so... Too bad. Do you know why I eat that pea berry? It's because it gives me 50 stamina. You know that I require that. If I don't eat that, what am I to do? My hunter still appreciates it. Even though it's boring, even though he eats it every time. At least he has the strength to play. Well, not play. He's the hunter. He has the strength to fight. Not to play. I'm the one who plays. He fights. You say 3 years. This is 3 years. More like 10. For this character, anyway. In my time zone, it is 11:30 AM. So, there you go. I never recorded this time. And the time zone still fucking sucks for me, so what am I to do? I made the mistake of advertising to the Hunsterverse chat that I was live. Now we get this guy in the chat. That was a big mistake. I thought I was going to have to move to Freedom Unite, genuinely, but I managed to get this guy back because he had disconnected and now he's no longer in a state of being disconnected and we are hunting together. No, I'm not drunk. I am... What, am I more jolly than usual? Do you know what? It's probably because you weren't here. Now that you're here, I'm going to become quite downtrodden and angry. He must have joined the live stream and I was smiling and he became confused or something. Well, that's just the effect that it has on me when you're not here, my friend. Currently using Rising Soul. I don't know if that, in fact I'm quite sure that that event quest is not available at the moment. The situation with the event quests in Monster Hunter Tri is a little awkward. Only certain event quests have been made, and I do mean made because, as I understand it, the event quests have to be made from scratch by the people who have worked on this online system. They can't just get the Capcom event quests. And they're not currently on rotation. The only one that's on rotation is the Gen Moran one, and I'm very glad that they were able to recreate that. That's very important. For me, going back into online Monster Hunter Tri, being able to experience the Sandstorm and fighting Gen Moran in an event quest sort of format is very important. So, they're still working on the other event quests. I have this weapon from when the original servers were up. And the same can be said for a few of my event weapons. I have, not all of them, but most of them. I have the Sinister Saints, I have the Bandolance, which is sort of a gun lance but isn't actually able to shoot anything. And, yeah. I'm not aiming for anything. I'm Hunter rank 237, I've got nothing to get. The only thing that I really need is... Oh, I can see that Ludroth is in the area. He's underwater, apparently. But yeah, what I really need is talismans, but talisman farming in this game literally involves mining, and that's it. That is your only recourse if you would like to grind talismans. So, unfortunate as that is, at some point I need to bite the bullet and just go for it, because my current talismans... It's not that my current talismans are bad, it's just that there are some that I do really need, like certain skills that I just don't have any talismans for. But maybe I'm expecting to get talismans for certain skills, but they're actually not available. That is possible. I don't have a specific memory of what skills are not included in the list of talismans. I notice that I have no fast charge talismans, which is upsetting. I don't have any critical draw talismans. Basically, I want to make a greatsword set that has, God forbid, focus, high-grade earplugs, and critical draw, but I don't think that's actually possible in this game, so, yeah. Nope. I suppose I may as well sharpen them. But yeah, it was fortunate that the king came back. And because the king is here, there is every likelihood that we'll get a third player that we can then use to expand our group. Because if we're here and we're playing and someone comes online and they see what rooms are available, they will join our room because we are here and we are hunting. That's the way it works. Longsword underwater is awful, and the reason why is because when you unsheath your longsword, not just unsheath, but when you go from a standing position, so no combo, just standing position, you are able to typically press triangle twice to do 2 overhead swings. Underwater, you can only get 1 overhead swing. I suppose because of the underwater pressure, it's too hard for the hunter to move the sword back and swing a second time. It's not practical for the hunter in this environment, which is unfortunate, because that means you literally lose that extra damage. Like, that's a decent motion value attack, that overhead swing. So, I don't like that at all. That's one aspect of underwater longsword that I despise. Kill him! Just got him. Just got him. We can do it. Don't stop, the king. Keep going. If he is standing still because he wants to capture this thing, very good, very good. But the hammer can get all 3. Well, there you go. I don't understand the logic of it then. Do you know what? If it seems illogical, that's normal, because this is an alpha team Monster Hunter game. There is no logic. Well, I understand their logic when it comes to certain things. It's just that usually doesn't align with what makes for good game design. But in the case of Longsword losing one of its swings, but then other weapons are fine, that doesn't actually make sense to me. I made an attempt to explain why they might do that, but then I realized that it was inconsistent with other weapon types, so now I don't really stand by that suggestion that I made. Oh, that was good. I got pushed inside of a solid object. That was apparently a Gold Crown Small Goble. It didn't look that small at all. I already had one, so it didn't update my list or anything, but yeah. How about that? Gold Crown Small. I'm drinking Chardonnay. I haven't seen you in ages, Dragoon Shadow. Welcome back. That is unless you are a different person to what I remember. But describe taste. White wine taste. It's slightly tangy. It's fruity. It's, yeah, white wine. Yes, there are differences between white wines, but I'm not going to get into the details of that, because that's neither exciting nor necessary for me to explain. And that's good, Dragoon. One thing about me is that I will always be here when someone is ready to get back into watching a live streamer. So this is the thing, like, I have old viewers who sometimes don't watch for ages, and then they come back and start watching frequently again. It's because I'm not going away. I'm always here. So, yeah, take some comfort in that, I suppose. The frequency of my uploads and live streams does fluctuate. It's been in the trough for a while now. I've not been recording very often. What you're seeing now, where I've done 3 recordings back to back, I don't know if you can say back to back for anything more than 2, but anyway, sequentially, across 3 days, I've done a recording each day. You want to do it again? Okay, fine. Maybe he's decided that he wants to make something. But yeah, I don't want this situation to be a one-off. I have no desire for that. I want this to be the way I do it going forward. As many as 3 to 4, perhaps even 5 recordings in a week would be lovely. My armor set at the moment is full Devilry. So the skills that are natural to the set are Auto Tracker and Sharpness +1, I believe. What else is included? I don't think it's attack. Oh no, attack is included. I see. Ah, yes. So what I've actually slotted in is Expert for Critical Eye. So yeah, I have a Critical Talisman, or Expert Talisman for Critical Eye, which gives me Critical Eye +2. But innately, it has Auto Tracker, Attack Up Medium, and most importantly, Sharpness +1. The only armor sets in this game that give you Sharpness +1 are this set and the Cedeus armor set. Sharpness +1 is a rather exclusive skill in this game, and quite frankly, it does ruin the balance a little bit because it gives you access to purple sharpness with certain weapons. So, purple sharpness in a high rank game is excessive, but the reason why they did it is because Freedom Unite was the game that came before this one. Freedom Unite was the first game to have purple sharpness. Now, because it obviously hadn't been established what purple sharpness really was, it was just a new thing in the game that came before this one, it was decided that purple sharpness would come here into Tri as well. But then it was established after this game that purple sharpness was to be specific to G rank. There was no reason to have it in high rank, and to have it in high rank was imbalanced and too much of a damage buff in a high rank game. So, yeah, this game, it's a bit of a mishmash of different ideas. Not that well thought out. But in certain regards, I think in other regards they've done a very good job, but Other things were not great. I will actually use Wagga Wagga. I'll use full laggy. I hope that's the sound of someone joining the room. It is! Gemma. Let's find out. Is this a high rank person? Do I wait for them to come, or do I do a gate search? Let's do a gate search. Hunter rank 49, that's what I like to see. My memory of the multiplier is that it's 1.2. I believe that I'm correct in saying that. I don't remember clearly. I have to tell you that I do not get into the mathematics of Monster Hunter. But I vaguely remember someone saying it was 1.2 for purple. What I can say more constructively is that the multiplier for purple sharpness is the same for every Monster Hunter game from Freedom Unite to 4 Ultimate. They didn't change the multiplier, as far as I'm aware, until Monster Hunter Cross / Generations. Well, that's probably inaccurate. I don't think there was any purple sharpness in the high rank version, so therefore it wasn't until Double Cross / Generations Ultimate that the multiplier changed for that that sharpness level. Now, Alien S is past HR 100. I don't know what his exact hunter rank is, but we'll find out. He may even be higher than me. No, he's not. He's 135. I have hunted with him a few times before. Good to have him on board. Like I said, because the king and I were here hunting, it creates an environment where people are going to want to join, and then we can create a group that way. It looks like Gemma and Alien are both Spanish-speaking. Yep, full party. Which, by the way, is not uncommon in Monster Hunter Tri. I don't want to give off the impression that it's uncommon, but when I want to record, it feels quite difficult to get a full room together. Show the chat. Nothing very detailed. Gemma, I actually rather regret showing the chat because it's now shown that Gemma likely unironically typed Uwu. So that has now, as they say, been captured in Ultra 4K HD, etc., etc. I regret asking. Exactly. Exactly. There's probably a bit of that at play, Dragoon, but as well as that, the time that I have available to livestream is not always the same as the time that I have available to play in my own time. Because when I livestream, I need to at least have 2 hours of time to dedicate to it. I don't go live to only record for 40 minutes or whatever. There's also a setup process involved, so I need to have a good chunk of available time in order to go live. And what that means is that it really reduces the window in which I can record in my day, or in which I can present to you a Monster Hunter game during my day. As far as playing in my own time, I have no difficulty getting into rooms because I'm playing for short periods of time at peak time. It's just hard to... I mean, what I'm doing right now is only possible because I'm taking the day off from work today. So, like, that's my point. It's hard. Alright, it is Goebel, so we will grab a frog. I probably have frogs in my box, but I keep forgetting to put them in my inventory, so... It requires the gathering of frogs. Which almost sounds like frogs congregating, which is not what I'm doing. I'm not gathering frogs in that sort of way. Very helpfully, Gemma is pinging. What is Alien doing? Guys, just come over here. Get out of the water. There's a lot of pinging going on. There is concern being expressed. Gemma, Christ. What's your problem? Do you really like hunting underwater? Is that what's going on? You just really want to hunt underwater. This person has no regard for protocol or whatever the team is fixing to do. Just absolutely no regard. It's like this person's playing solo. The actual height of this person. Yeah, they want to hunt this monster now. Right this moment. I don't really know what to say. The only reason why I'm doing that is not to have the opportunity that is presented by Goble being stuck in place after being fished out. I don't give a shit about that. I care about being able to hunt Goble on land, because I don't like hunting underwater. Like 95% of hunters. Pretty quick confrontation though, hey? Can't be denied. Like, what the fuck? There has to be someone dealing just absurd damage here. Who is the person dealing absurd damage? I don't actually see a weapon here that would be... Yeah, is this low rank? It's not. Who is dealing absurd damage? Maybe Gemma is cheating. It's possible. That is possible. That sort of just totally uncooperative play is definitely common with cheaters. I don't know. I mean, looking at the weapons that we're using, keeping in mind the weapon I'm using is not particularly strong. The only really strong weapons here are the Lagiacruz weapons. I can see that the one that Gemma is using is pretty weak. It's just the... I can't remember the name of it now, but... He got paralyzed twice immediately. I don't know, that was still extremely fast. I thought that was a capture, right? I assumed that that was a capture, but... I don't know. That didn't seem quite right to me, but that's based on my understanding of the weapons involved. Again, the stats of my weapon here are not impressive. Look at this. I mean, this is pretty basic. I'm using it for fun. It's Awakened Thunder, but yeah. Well, you see, Dragoon, you can't actually get a figure on a hunter's damage. Do you see this? There's no field stats. Oh, hold on. No, that looks legitimate. It's just a lot of skills, I think. Yeah, that should be reasonable. Look, the point is that Gemma's weapon, Nega Babylon. Oh. I didn't know that it actually went up to rarity 7. Okay. Maybe that was legitimate then. I didn't realize that lance actually went all the way up to rarity 7. Didn't realize. Now the stupid thing here is that whether or not someone wins or loses, it depends on connection. Like, I will beat this person on my screen because I was the undefeated champion of fucking Monster. Oh. You are getting rematched big time. You are getting so fucking rematched that I don't even know what to say. You've either got a turbo controller or you're inhuman. Here we go. Motherfucker. Alright. Now, as far as the people who observe the arm wrestle, The person who wins or loses depends on connection, but I believe for the two people conducting the arm wrestle. Yeah, come on, Peaberry, don't fail me now. What are we doing? We've got a group of 4. Let's do something fun. Let's do either Devil Joe or Alatreon or something like that. How about Alatreon? Oh, we can't because this guy's HR, what? 40... Is it high enough to do Alatreon? It's high enough to do Alatreon. Quick to post. Very quick to post. Not Double Trouble again. We've just done this. Not that he knows, but... It'll be much faster than the last quest. That's one thing that I could stop. That's one thing that I can at least say. Now, we're not going to do Genmoran, and the reason why is because the only way to fight a high-rank Genmoran is during the event. The event quest is not going on at the moment, so we've only got access to the low-rank one. $880 paralysis. That's extraordinary. I don't believe I made that weapon. No. Do not... Elderbabble Spear. What? See, I thought this was the maximum upgrade. This is the weapon that I thought he had. This is very different. What the fuck? This guy is saying something different again. He's saying he's got 990 paralysis. That must be an unobtainable weapon, because, hand on heart, I have no recollection of a Rarity 7 Babble Spear in this game. No recollection whatsoever. And I would remember something like that because I really liked this weapon back when Tri came out. So, I loved the appearance of it, in other words. Maybe he has access to an unobtainable weapon, yeah. It's on the unobtainable list. I knew something was up. Something was not quite right about that. I was actually meant to put that forward as a question. I instead sent it through as a statement. I called him a cheater. And do you know what he is? That's really disappointing, because you can very clearly see that that weapon is extremely strong. And I don't know how he got it. I don't know if he would have actually used materials to forge it. How am I to know that? If he's managed to get an unobtainable weapon, or a list... What an unobtainable weapon is, without actually knowing officially, I would assume that it's a list of weapons that were not added in the full game, but did exist in the game files, latently, and then they can therefore be added to your character. That doesn't sound like something you're going to forge. I mean, maybe there's enough information in the game files to have it added to a list of weapons that you can forge, but is it likely that this person did that? I don't think so. Only used for devs. Fuck this guy. Idiot. Trivializing the experience. I mean, I don't know who Gemma is, but there are a lot of people playing Tri at the moment who are here to have fun and relive the joy of the online servers being up on the Wii. This person is disrupting that experience by being selfish and petulant. Whatever. Yeah, obviously the stats on that weapon are just absurd. The Devil's Advocate Hammer at 1,300 raw damage is apparently the most damaging weapon in the unobtainable weapons list. What a fucking joke. That's extremely annoying. Whatever. There's not much I can do about it. I don't know what sort of moderation is going to exist for people cheating in these servers. I came across someone who had infinite health some time ago and nothing was done about them, so... I don't know. Unobtainable through the game normally, Nagakuka. That's the point. You can obtain it by just, you know, modding the game files. Yeah, I'm really frustrated. Yeah, if Gemma... Yeah, just let Gemma die. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I wish there was some way for me to... Like, I don't know. Wide range toadstool this fucking person. Do you know what I mean? Fuck Gemma. Oh god. You cannot wide range a toadstool, no. It looks like the king has disconnected again. Maybe the left the room message is delayed, even if you disconnect, because it hasn't come yet. Like, typically when a person disconnects you can tell because they leave the room at the same time that they leave the quest, but perhaps in Monster Hunter Tri it is delayed. I should mention that if you make a room in this game, there is no way to kick a player. If I had made this room, I would kick Gemma. I would exclude this person. I would absolutely exclude this person. I will double check. That's my memory of it. I have not felt the need to kick someone from a room yet. But I'm very tempted to. Like, if this were Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, this person would be out. Absolutely out and fucking blacklisted. Nope. Because the question I ask is, what is the point of playing if you're going to use a weapon like that? And to me, it's no different to making your own custom weapon with your own custom stats, because it's not intended to be used in the game. So... yeah, pretty disappointing. There may be a block function, but you see, if the person's already in your room, there is no way to remove them. Your only recourse is to make a new room. But, yeah, it's definitely the case that... yeah, I believe in Tri, you're actually informed that you're blocked. You're not informed in 3 Ultimate. You just won't be able to join the room. But in this game, I think it does say that the player has blocked you. And I'll tell you what, I'm very tempted to block this little prick. Anyway. I will send a message to the people who run this server. I just want their position on this. I want a response from them so that I can see if they either have a willingness to do something about it or if they don't. And if they do want to do something about it, what will they do? Like, what process will they implement to allow us to report this sort of activity? Because one of the very good things about Hunsterverse is that they have a very good anti-cheater setup. You can be pretty certain that if you're going to join a room in Hunsterverse, you're not going to be dealing with cheaters. And if you do deal with cheaters, there are processes in place to deal with them immediately. It's actually incentivized. You get what's called cheater points, and then you can accrue those over time. The point is that it's a good community for dealing with people who want to ruin the game for others. And when you're used to something like that, you sort of naturally expect that with other online services that are fan-made. If that's not in the culture of this server, I want to help cultivate that culture because it's important. If we're going to keep the old Monster Hunter games alive, we have to keep them alive in the way that they were when they were officially being run by Capcom. We can't just have people running around dealing inordinate amounts of damage to monsters and not taking damage when they get hit and things like that. There have been people who have made tutorial videos on how to set up online in Monster Hunter Tri, and because of that, there are people who have entirely bypassed the process where they would join this server. So it's not guaranteed that this person's actually in the Discord server, because like I said, some people don't even realize that there is a Discord server. They just follow some tutorial on YouTube to play Monster Hunter Tri online, and obviously the people making those tutorials for one reason or another have not made it abundantly clear that there is actually a Discord from the people who made it possible to even play online that people should join if they want to cultivate a community or participate in a community that's being cultivated and chat about the game and whatever else, which I find to be quite irresponsible. Maybe some people are just dumb and didn't join those Discords and they were actually mentioned in those tutorial videos, but if there are tutorial videos out there that didn't make it very, very clear that this Discord existed, those people are irresponsible and they detract from the community, quite frankly. Okay. Let's take a fucking screenshot of this prick's loadout. Just one sec. I'll post it publicly to start with, and then I'll privately message, I suppose, Z-Spyro. I don't know if Inusual is that active. He is, but I seem to see Z-Spyro more often. Anyway. Just so that you can see what I'm doing at any given time, I'll share Discord window. Alright. And then I'm going to send this to the... well, Z-Spyro, I suppose. It's easier for them to duck responsibility if I don't contact them directly. So for example, with the guy that I had encountered who had infinite health, I posted all that in the community chat, but nothing was done about it. Now, if I had actually made an attempt to contact these people directly, maybe that would have been done. Because, again, there's more accountability when you have a direct line of contact. What a little bitch. Gemma wants to do Alatreon. Big surprise. Well, my first impression upon seeing that name and the rarity was I am thoroughly unfamiliar with this weapon, which confused me. My assumption wasn't that this person had obtained a weapon that couldn't otherwise be obtained. I thought, has my memory failed me, or am I not as knowledgeable as I thought? No, it's literally a weapon that you shouldn't be able to have, so yeah, fuck that guy. Now, Alatreon. I might use Pierce for this. Let me see if there's a way to kick people. I don't believe that there is, again, as I said. Block list, online options, it's not listed in that. Because when you have created a room, you don't have some list of options to kick or anything like that. It's not there, so... How dare you? This is an excellent armor set, visually speaking. My head is actually a weapon. I'll be back in a moment. I need to visit the bathroom. I'm currently being bathroom shamed in the chat. Well, that's what happens when you consume liquid while live. It's just what it is, mate. Alright. I will bring combination materials for pierce shots. I'm hearing some impatient readying up activity over there. But they will have to wait. Well, I suppose they don't have to. But I would like it if they waited, actually. That would be very good of them. Alright. That should be fine. Let's go. Bring ice? No. I'm focusing on pierce damage. Ice cubes. Okay. It's the last time I accept any of your recommendations as being legitimate. The strange thing is that the cutscene here for Alatreon is a perfectly good resolution, but for some reason, the Gen Moran one is terrible. It looks awful. It looks like mud. See what I mean? There's nothing wrong with the resolution of this one. The Gen Moran opening sequences in like 480p, if even, probably lower. It's probably 240. That fucking geyser can keep away from me. Why? Are you trolling? That must have been a troll smoke bomb, surely. There's no other explanation. Fuck's sake. It's a great pleasure to fight Alatreon in this game because he very rarely takes to the sky. He just stays on ground for most of it. Still better for me to get a few shots off with good piercing positioning than all of my shots from the side. It just happened to be bad positioning. I don't have life powders, I cannot assist the team. Although I would like to. I'm not going to make any specific attempt to break the horns. I will pierce through them if my positioning is good in the interest of dealing damage, but I'm not aiming for horn breaks. You really need to be extremely focused on the head if you want to break both horns, so yeah. It's really only for damage that I would attack it. I actually had to load Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate to screenshot a few things for Peaberry. I think yesterday? It was yesterday morning for me, anyway. And it was basically to get the rarity colors for my subscriber badges. And coming into that game after having played a lot of Try recently, honestly made me sick. I couldn't... the resolution was fine, because, you know, the Wii U does look fine resolution-wise. Certain textures are very muddy and gross, but generally speaking, the game looks good. But the heads-up display and the user interface, but particularly the user interface in general, so like the menus and things of that nature, so unstylized. The king, for fuck's sake! Fix your internet. I don't know what it is, man, but fix it. It's an inconvenience to us all, not just you. Anyway, oh, Jesus. We better not have just had a disconnection with Gemma, because it seems that Gemma is the host. You can see that Alien and I are both here. Fucking Jesus. Well, he's still here at least. He's just dead. Anyway. I went back into 3 Ultimate and honestly the user interface is so ugly. Because it's so unstylized, it's so modern and soulless. It reminds me of when I played, for example, the HD version of the HD version of Zelda Twilight Princess. Being used to that really stylized user interface from the GameCube, and then going to the Wii U version, the HD version, and seeing just this totally soulless user interface. It was exactly the same with 3 Ultimate, but strangely I hadn't really seen that. I hadn't noticed that before. I was so excited to be playing in proper HD on a console when when 3 Ultimate came out that I wasn't focusing on shit like that. Okay, what's your excuse this time? What's your excuse this time? You fucking stood there and took a hit and died. For fuck's sake. But yeah, it was quite an eye-opener to have that juxtaposition. Because a really stylized, soulful, and meaningful user interface does make a difference. It's nice, it's artistic. And I don't understand why there is this need to simplify it. It's not cleaner, there's nothing clean about making it less artful. So, I don't really understand it. As you can see, PS level 2, I can load quite a lot of them. Quite a lot. Let's see if Gemma dies 3 times. That took like 6 to 7 minutes to get this monster in the sky. How good is that? It's more meaningful that way. Straight back down, after a flash bomb, of course. Oh. You do have to be fairly on point with flash bombing. That was not even close to being on point. That was embarrassing. There you go. Too close to shoot. With decent damage though. I'm sure we'll do okay with Gemma's fucking broken weapon. Should still be relatively quick as a hunt. What the fuck was that? Anyway. A bit of a waste of a paralysis, but I don't really care because it was achieved through dubious means. Why are you flash bombing now? You can tell that Gemma plays like shit as well. It's common with cheaters, they play terribly. Gemma died twice. I should be able to pierce through... Yeah, that's decent piercing. Goes through the hands, through the body, and then through the wings. But it's pierce 1, so you don't get as much distance with piercing anyway. Positioning isn't quite as important with pierce level 1 because it doesn't travel as far. Hopefully I have enough ammunition for this confrontation. I should do. Again, we were departing with 4 people and one of them had a fucking... dev weapon, so... I didn't really think I'd need anything beyond my standard pierce. I do have normal shots, at least. But I don't really want to get to the point where I need to use those. Now, ordinarily, having Dragon Blight with non-elemental shots wouldn't be an issue at all, but it is, because this is Most Under Try. Dragon Blight gives you negative affinity. Which sucks. You can see the negative affinity procs there. Alrighty, didn't even need to combine for Pierce level 1. Well, Gemma just generally plays like shit. So, there you go. Try to carve the tail as well. This is the best case scenario, the tail being close to the body when it's dead. Dragon Blight should be in Portable Third. I don't remember it not being in Portable Third. The monsters that deal Dragon Blight in Portable Third should be a Cantor, Devil Joe. Who else? A Cantor and Devil Joe come to mind. Takes away your element. Healed by Nullberry. Nullberries were first introduced in Monster Hunter Portable Third. Before then you had to use a Dragonfell berry. And then a specific berry for each element. So Storm Sender Seed, Water Blight, or Water Block Seed, Ice Thaw Pellet, etc. Fire Douse Berry. Apparently the king has gone and departed on something. Why? Did you really expect us to take that long? Whatever. Do you say that in jest, Peaberry? Because again, the way it works is, because the scales are as hard on an Alatreon as a standard monster, or as a standard monster's rare materials, that's the naming that they use for it, so... It's not actually rare or anything like that. Alright, what are we doing now? I don't think I got a response or anything. Yeah, they're not. So the idea of Peaberry is that when you get a plate from a normal monster, it's a very thick, strong scale, which is distinct from the regular scales of the monster, and quite rare. It forms rarely. Whereas in the case of an Alatreon, all of its scales and shells, etc., are very, very hard, and they are given that naming as the regular drop. I might send the same message that I sent to Z-Spyro to Unusual Z. I just want something to be done about it. I don't want complacency, because that will just breed more cheating. That's all that it does. So... yeah, well, we don't have to wait for the king. We can just do something in the meantime. I'm happy to see Gemma go. Little bitch. Maybe we can do a quick quest of some kind. I'm not sure what, though. I wouldn't mind single Rathian, it's just that was a capture quest, and I'm not doing a capture quest. There's no way. Could do Giganox. Alien and I can probably shit on a Giganox. What should I use? How about Sinister Saints? Sounds like fun. Yeah, do the Golden Fish quest. Can't wait. Just the idea of it makes me giddy. I'd rather not be using Exchanger on a quest like Giganox, but... it could also be argued that it will turn meager HRP into decent HRP. But of course I would rather take good HRP and make it excellent. Again, I'm not sure why the king decided to depart on that quest on his own. Because then it runs the risk of this happening, which is predictable. Well, strangely, Dragoon, he was only using that weapon, so I don't know if he had the other unobtainable weapons. But yeah, even if he didn't have them, obviously he has access to all of them. And something does need to be done about those people. Otherwise, playing online in Monster Hunter Tri is just going to turn into a circus. It's not going to be meaningful anymore. It will become unpleasant, and I just don't want that for the future of Monster Hunter Tri. When you create a server that revives the Monster Hunter Tri servers, it is actually your responsibility to take control, because you are the one recreating that experience. You need to remove people who cheat like that. Admittedly, you probably can't IP ban them, effectively. But, Dillith has joined the room. HR 11. Like, what? Why? You've joined the room and basically said, you must do my quests now, because I can't do your quests. Well, no. Try somewhere else. Make your own room like I did. Come on, alien. Genji, he's the high-ranked guy. That was an excellent trade. Genji is a higher hunter rank than I am. I fight for my friends, says the brawler. Wow. Don't get between this guy and his friends. Good to have him on board, though. Look, Alien is taking so long to get ready for a Giganox quest that I'm tempted to just wait until King gets back, because the longer we stand here doing nothing, the more likely it's going to be that King is going to be here waiting for a while, and I don't want that. And when I say for a while, I mean he will literally join back, or return from his quest anyway, and we have just departed, and then he'll have to wait for the entire duration of that Giganox hunt. Why did he leave? What's going on? Do you know what usually causes that? When someone joins and then immediately leaves like that, it's because they can't successfully connect to the room. You can see he's just come back. That's connection instability. So, you can be added to the list of players in the room without having fully connected to the room yet. And if you're unable to establish the complete connection, you will end up getting an error message and then you're kicked from the room. Yeah, because you can actually see messages being sent, or at the very least you get notifications that messages are being sent while you're in that loading screen. But see, sometimes that loading screen... Well, no, it's not the loading screen, it's... When you're standing in the city, you can get that notification that messages are being sent in that room, but... Yeah, you can't fully establish that connection until you reach that loading screen. P-Berry, there is no guild card in Monster Hunter Tri. Alpha Team saw the whole guild card system from Portable Monster Hunter and were like, no. That was their response to it. They just said, no. Yeah, the things you take for granted. Guild cards are excellent, the way you can just keep track of your progress. I actually consider it to be very important. I would like to wait for Genji to be able to successfully join. He's really trying, and there's nothing wrong with doing that, because sometimes you can get through with connection instability. But yeah, the only aspect of guild cards that Alpha Team thought worthwhile were awards. So your guild card is literally just this. That's it. That's your guild card in this game. It's very sad. Genji made it. With any luck, the king will be back by the time we are ready to depart. If not, then, as I say, he will have to wait. Even if he did come back and departed with us, there's probably an 80+% chance that he's just going to disconnect during the hunt anyway. So I don't know if I should be waiting for him or not. My guess is that I shouldn't be. That's my feeling anyway. So, as I said, I'm using a weapon that cannot be obtained currently through the event quests that are available, but I managed to get it during the original Capcom server days. I don't know, Dragoon. You resetting your router, in my opinion, is placebo. Because actually, without trying anything, it will eventually just connect. I don't know what the variable is there, but I don't think resetting your router actually did anything, to be honest. I think the time that it would have taken for you to reset your router probably would have fixed whatever instability was there, because instability is intermittent. That's what I would say. It's not consistent. You're not going to have one particular person and never be able to join them. It's just for a certain period of time, you will have issues connecting, and then it will clear up. Sometimes in a few minutes, or sometimes after quite some time has passed. But yeah, I don't think resetting your router actually did anything. That's my instinct. Try to keep away from that face. I can literally be standing there and still get hit. That's absurd. I got paintballed. Not the monster, but I did. Should have timed it so that it flinched me out of the roar. That would have been much better. Ow. The king is back. And again, we've only just departed, so he will have to wait. If he ends up departing on another quest again, seriously, I will have no words for that guy. But if he sees that Giganox is on the board, he should be confident enough to wait, because it's a monster that doesn't take very long to die. What is Genji doing? Well, that was quick. I suppose the Giganox lost interest. Didn't feel like he got hit out of it or anything. Or dung bombed, he just decided that Genji wasn't very tasty. Which is fair enough. Alien avoided the roar by leaving the area. That's one way to do it. Whoa. He's firing off cluster shots at point blank range. That's quite intense. There was something about it. It looked really over the top. That huge recoil and then the immediate explosions on the monster. Something I would like to do again is use Wyvern Fire Shot. Haven't used that in many moons. Good old Wyvern Fire Shot. I don't remember how strong it actually is. I think it's actually Wyvern's Fire. But, of course, there is no gun lance in this game, so the only real Wyvern Fire you can get is with a gun, weirdly enough. It's a specific shot type, and I probably should check to see how strong it is. If it's really strong, it might be fun to use as a damage dealing strategy. Like to really build a set around Wyvern Fire. I'd like to do that. But again, if it's not viable, then sure, it might be fun, but I do want it to also be damaging. That really is part of the fun. Part of the criteria of something being fun for me is that it's actually effective. So I don't just want to be pissing in the wind. Whoops, that's not good. Bad timing. I was too busy paying attention to the fact that when I press X plus A, it's not doing the elemental burst, and I realized, oh, that's right, it's plus in this game. Or start, in other words. I had forgotten that. They incorporate plus way too much in combos in this game. Don't like it. I suppose they just wanted more use out of that button, but... Again, for example, if you're doing a sword and shield combo, you have to hit plus in order to do your round slash. And plus is what you spam when you're doing the elemental burst with switch axe. Kind of weird. But do you know what's weirder? Fucking motion controls with the Wii. Never do that. That's bad news. That's a sad time. That will make you feel less of a man. You'll feel like a lesser person. And this is coming from someone who very much enjoyed Dragon Quest swords. To me, it's just incompatible with Monster Hunter. It's too much of a gimmick, you know. Yeah, Takashi, that started off as a Frontier thing, getting a huge number of armor skills on a set. But I was a little bit more forgiving of it in Frontier because it wasn't a mainline game. It existed in sort of a sandbox that was disconnected from the mainline series, but in the end, that's really the direction the series went in, the mainline series, which is unfortunate. That's the classic, chasing the Giganox and then having him land on you as you chase him. Happens all the time. You just did a whole lot of limping, but you didn't leave, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Of course, realism in Monster Hunter isn't really a thing. The idea that Giganox would be limping, literally limping for, like, from one side of the area to the other, and then all of a sudden he can fight normally. What led to the limp then? What sort of damage had been dealt to your physical body that required a limp? Which then literally disappears for you to fight normally. Yeah. So remember, anyone who focuses on realism in Monster Hunter is probably slightly misguided. Slightly. I actually wouldn't say that Tri has a saturated visual style. I would say that that became the case with Portable Third and 3 Ultimate. In terms of visual style, I consider Monster Hunter Tri to be very much in line with Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter G, and Monster Hunter DOS. It feels like a continuation of that. Not particularly colourful, very detailed in terms of user interface. Or maybe not detailed, we'll say stylized. Very stylized user interface. And yeah, it's definitely by the same hand that created those games. It feels like that. That's not too bad. I'll take that talisman. Yeah. And when I mention realism in Monster Hunter, I'm thinking of, you know, Monster Hunter World. And all the realism that was attached to that. I guess in mentioning realism, what I mean is that that's not the point. I don't think making Monster Hunter more realistic is really hitting at the heart of what makes Monster Hunter special. You know? I mean, pretty unspecific, I agree. But that's really what I mean when I say that Monster Hunter can be extremely unrealistic as you play it here, and I explained what I meant with limping. I say that with the intention of communicating the following, and that is that a lot of things were done very well in this game. Some things weren't, but in terms of just looking at it strictly as a Monster Hunter game, it's done everything mostly right. And to be honest, realism is not important. That's never been a factor. So, with Monster Hunter World having focused so much on realism to the detriment of other aspects of the game, I don't really think that that's the way to go forward. Yep, I agree with that. All of the third-gen Monster Hunter games together make the perfect Monster Hunter. Each of them has something that the other lacks. And if you combined all of the positives of the third-gen games, it would literally be the perfect Monster Hunter. When I say that 3 Ultimate is my favorite Monster Hunter game, that is with the understanding that it is a very flawed game. There are a lot of things that it doesn't have, that it should have. And when I talk about Monster Hunter Tri, very, very fondly, which is usually relating to the community that I played with in the past, that's honestly something that I recognize to be unrelated to the game design itself. I mean, yes, the online system is nice, but it's not that dissimilar to Phantasy Star Online. It's not entirely unique. But, yeah, even though the community was amazing and my experience playing Tri was amazing, that doesn't blind me. It doesn't cause me to be blind to the fact that there are so many things that were not done well in Tri. Weapon balancing was terrible. You know, the way they changed Longsword was terrible. The way they made Super Pound the most damaging attack of the hammer was terrible. The way that there were so few monsters to hunt in this game. The quests. You know, you can have a better quest list than this. You can have more quests than this with the number of monsters that are included in the game. But they gave us pretty much the bare minimum, right? The way they actually made it online only to go into the Guild City mode. Well, no, that was the case with all the other games. But, well, the other PlayStation 2 games anyway. But for me, you know, this is your opportunity to branch out. The portable games weren't like that. This is your opportunity to continue forward in the series and not make that same mistake again. Because when the portable games don't lock it to online only, that should show you that that's a positive direction to move into, right? It's regressive to make it online only. And they did it with this game. So there were a lot of things that were not done well with Tri. And that's probably only about 40% of what's wrong with this game, what I just mentioned. So, yeah. But in terms of the Monster Hunter games that I've enjoyed the most, this is it. This is the game that I have actually enjoyed the most out of all of them. Let's do a burnt offering. Agna Ura. Oh, but can the... No. Are we all... Yes, we are all above HR 51. I'd sort of forgotten. I wasn't entirely sure, but we are all over HR 51, which is good. What should I use? Maybe a lance of some kind. Maybe toxic javelin. No, I don't really want to use that. Uragan is very armored in this game. In my opinion, if you're using a Blade Master weapon, to comfortably fight it, I'd say you need white sharpness. Seriously. You bounce off so much of that monster. Well, what I was saying before, Takashi, is that it's very important when you watch me play Tri that you understand what it was at the time. Like, when this came out, this was the game that came after Freedom Unite. That's a really big deal. So much was brought to the table with this game that I am naturally forgiving of what it did wrong. Naturally. Because it did bring so much. I fully agree with you that what it brought to the table counterbalanced the things that it did wrong. I'm trying to work out what I want to use. You know what? They are both weak to dragon, so I'll use Alatreon Gleam. Oh, that's a shame that you didn't continue into high rank Takashi. Tri was a lot of people's first Monster Hunter game. It's incredible. I didn't realize just how many people didn't continue with the series after Tri. I always had it in my head that the people who started in Tri continued to play it. I knew that there were a lot of people who played Tri. But I suppose it's because it was open to such a mainstream audience compared to what Monster Hunter had been exposed to prior to that point, that not all of those people would have participated in the community. So therefore you have a very silent percentage of people who are playing the game, and it is that silent percentage that really made it quietly huge. It was a big game. A lot of people were playing Tri. And the sheer volume of people who started in Tri, I'm not saying that this is what you were, Takashi, because I don't know personally. I don't remember what games that you haven't played, but the sheer volume of people who played World, who actually started in Tri and had not played a game since then, that was incredible. Apparently Alien has to go, I don't know why. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Whatever, goodbye. Hopefully we get a fourth person. But yeah, it was breathtaking how many people started in Tri. I don't hold it against those people for not realizing how special Monster Hunter was. To me, if you started in Tri, I cannot imagine how you could not have been instantly hooked. Just hooked. If it's not your kind of thing, okay, but there is something really special about Monster Hunter, and that is on full display in Monster Hunter Tri. I can't personally fathom how people could start in Tri and not be fascinated enough with the series and what it brings that is unique to all other game series to try out some other games. But seriously, like, a huge number of people just didn't play a Monster Hunter game until World came out. Which in and of itself was quite telling. You know, that tells you that the people, and I've said this many times before, the people who play World, this is what I used to say before Rise came out, the people who play World are the people who would not have played the older games. And it is the case with Rise as well. It is made for the people who didn't appreciate what the series used to be. Which is pretty bad. It's bad and sad. And to be honest, it's true, because all of these people who played Tri didn't continue with the series for some reason. I don't know. Maybe they were playing other things. But it was very obvious to me early on that if I was going to spend time playing video games, Monster Hunter would be probably among the most rewarding games I could possibly play. The most rewarding for my time, the most enjoyable, just generally. I knew that in terms of time investment, Tri was an excellent choice for video games to play, but I suppose a lot of people didn't feel that way. Hello, Potato. Do I think the king will disconnect this time around? I wouldn't be surprised if he did, but I'm certainly not hoping that he disconnects. Oh god. Dealing with both of these monsters at the same time is not easy. Fucking hell. Danger zone. Really? Even this is hot? Leave me alone. Oh my god. This is full on. Well, you say fighting games are the most rewarding, but fighting games don't give you a clear image of all the time that you've spent playing them, as far as I'm aware. Like, not in the same way that Monster Hunter does. Monster Hunter is a game series where you will have some kind of indication from your character progression of just how much time you've sunk into it. And that's important. Like, for replayability and for putting a lot of time into a game, Monster Hunter is one of the best. Because of how it rewards you for the time that you spend on it. You know, just having that choice of weapons. The freedom to use whatever you feel like using at whatever given time, you know. That's a lot of fun. That's something that not everyone can experience, actually. Not everyone has experienced having the freedom in a Monster Hunter game to literally choose whatever weapon type you want for any quest that is put on the board. That's my goal in every Monster Hunter game that I play. It's to get to that point. And that's been how it... Since Monster Hunter Tri, that's been my goal. And it's really made playing Monster Hunter a lot of fun. It's also made it very arduous. It's at the first point when I begin building a character. It's very daunting to go from nothing with the knowledge of just how much time it will take to create what you want to create with that character. It is daunting and it does turn you off, and I have been turned off in the past. You know, I remember after Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, I didn't really have the urge to make new characters anymore because of how much work it took, but I got past that. Looks like we've moved on to Uragan. I accept that. I don't mind. Yeah, Mini Uragan was very funny to fight. Very good for HRP in low rank, I have to say. Because it was generally easy to fight. There were aspects to Phantom Uragan that were hard, but also quite easy. One thing that made him very easy was that he moved so slowly. He didn't move at the same speed as a regular Uragan in terms of, like, irrespective of the size, he wouldn't cover the same amount of ground when he moved. That would be quite silly. That tiny Uragan literally moved at the same speed as a large Uragan, which meant that it would take a very long time to get from one end of the area to the other. What that meant was that you could usually beat on him without having to chase him. Oh, fuck. Yeah, the rolling was scary. The rolling of the Phantom Uragan, and I shouldn't speak in past tense because I have access to that quest now, ironically. It's in my event quest list in the game that I'm playing, but yeah, that was pretty scary. In fact, I don't know why they decided that Phantom Uragan, when he was rolling, would move really, really fast. They must have specifically coded that in to speed up the movement of the Phantom Uragan when rolling. Because if... oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, there you go, P-Berry. I blame you. You jinxed it. Oh, wait, I can't actually block that. I don't have guard up on this set. Yeah. This fucking sucks, man. I do feel bad for the king, in a way. But I also find myself frustrated by how much of an inconvenience it is for us to be playing with someone who disconnects in like every fucking hunt. Seriously. What is Wild Hearts? When I first read what you said, I thought you said the people that you tried to get into Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate abandoned it for the Wild Hunt, you know, the Witcher game or whatever it was. But no, what is Wild Hearts? I don't even know what that is. Oh, the Monster Hunter clone from EA, okay. Fucking hell. Hungry Uragan. I should sharpen up to purple, to be honest. Actually, no, oh, that's right, I didn't start with purple, because I just sharpened up. I was doing that thinking that I would get to purple, but no, I never had that. That's alright. White is still perfectly acceptable for Uragan. Which is why I'm not bouncing off anything. Except for the face, of course. You know, when you say Fortnite-esque building mechanics, that means fucking nothing to me. I've never watched Fortnite gameplay. So. Which is something I take some considerable pride in, by the way. Feels good. I feel like a happier person for it. I remember saying, I think 3 years ago, just wait until the Fortnite kids start to reminisce about Fortnite. We are getting ever closer to that time. I just have to let you all know. At some point, you are going to be in an online chat and someone's going to be like, remember the good old Fortnite days? When that happens, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I actually don't know what I'm going to do. Because how do I respond to that without looking like the biggest asshole on planet Earth? The only way to deal with that sort of interaction with another human being is to just say nothing. That's the only way I can do it. So, yeah. I'm sure a lot of people still play Fortnite, it just doesn't seem to be as relevant now as it was, say, 4 years ago. So. And for a kid, 4 years is a long time. So. We are getting ever closer to people reminiscing about the good old days of Fortnite. Ugh. Makes me sick. But do you know, the interesting thing is that the Elder Scrolls games used to be, just to mention something totally different, I was going to say, you don't really get people saying that about Skyrim, and the reason why is because Skyrim never died. The modding community was so strong for Skyrim that that game actually never died. It's not a game from 2011 anymore, it's a game that just kept on going. Whereas Oblivion, Morrowind, Daggerfall, they were games where you'd be able to say, remember when they came out and it was specific to that time, whereas Skyrim has just been constant. It's always been relevant, it's always, maybe less so now, I guess. I don't think kids play Skyrim these days, but it's definitely relevant. It's not like kids will go, what's that? Skyrim, what? You old fart, what are you talking about? Thank God, really. But yeah, I'm interested in Starfield. I would have played it if I had a modern PC. My PC is starting to show its age. It is above the minimum requirements of Starfield, but apparently there have been performance issues on PC, which required the response from Todd Howard, which was something along the lines of, maybe consider upgrading your PC. So if my PC is only, you know, a little bit higher than minimum requirement for Starfield, I would imagine that it probably wouldn't run very well if other people have been having issues, so yeah. Yeah, having an SSD, I realized, is very important for modern games. I'm still a hard drive guy. I obviously run my operating system on an SSD, but I don't game off it, so yeah, I have noticed that using a hard drive is pretty hard going these days. I will definitely go top of the line again when I make a PC. The interesting thing, I have to confess that I'm considering going AMD for my next build, and I will tell you why. Very curiously, okay, so a number of months ago I started watching Gamers Nexus again. I go on these little hiatus periods with watching Gamers Nexus, but when I want to keep up with tech news, I always go to Gamers Nexus. I enjoy Steve's perspective on all of those things. And, you know, just having these really old names, like Sapphire and Power Color, being mentioned again, it was so nostalgic. I'm just sitting here going, fuck, I had an ATI Sapphire card, I remember that. And, like, I'm tempted to just go AMD, like, just to use those old cards again, or to reconnect with those old names. You know, back when those manufacturers were making things that were absolutely top of the line and really relevant in that space, and then Nvidia just completely took over for the 2010s, and then you didn't hear about them at all. And now we're hearing about them again. They never went away. That's really cool. I want a fucking Power Color GPU. I don't care. I definitely want an AMD build. I'm still a little bit unsure if I want to have an AMD CPU, because there have always been driver issues associated with AMD CPUs that I just haven't had to deal with using Intel, and so I don't want to invite that difficulty into my life. Specifically audio-related drivers. Anything audio-related, at least historically, has been a problem. And when I say historically, I do still mean Ryzen. But I haven't updated myself on how driver functionality is on AMD CPUs. But I have absolutely no loyalty to Nvidia. Back in the days when you had games on PC that would have like an Nvidia almost sponsorship saying works best with Nvidia or whatever. I distinctly remember a guy who was way into PCs saying, oh god, Nvidia's garbage. You know, and then I got back into PCs in the 2010s and Nvidia was all there was. It was kind of, it was a weird cultural moment, or what do you call it? Like a, there's a word for it. Anyway, it was weird. I felt strange. I felt a little bit outside of my realm of understanding of what was going on in tech. I just remember a time when Nvidia was not considered as favorable. And then in the 2010s, they were literally the only option, and you were crazy to do anything else except to get Nvidia graphics cards. But, yeah. But I don't imagine that I will actually make a new PC setup or build a new PC for some time yet. Maybe another year or two. We'll see how we go. We will see. It's just very expensive. When I build a new machine, it has to be top of the line. I do it for the longevity of it. You know, you just put down, you know, for me, the sweet spot's about 3,000 Australian dollars. So, I don't know, 2,600, 2,700 Australian? No, US dollars. Ugh. Do your conversions. About 3,200 Australian dollars gets me what I want. Basically top of the line to last 5 to 6 years, depending. That's what I will do this time. But, yeah, it's a big purchase. You can Sonic Bomb Agnaktor. I just want to make this very clear. Do not make fun of people for Sonic Bombing Agnaktor. You can do it. It works. If Agnaktor is under the ground and you have positioned the Sonic Bomb correctly, and he's not in the process of doing something, like preparing to dig out of the ground, you can successfully Sonic Bomb him. So, for example, if I threw it now, so when he's under the ground and not in the process of doing anything, you can Sonic Bomb him out. And he will be stuck there for, let's say, 5 seconds. I don't know if it's specific to 3rd gen. I remember it from the Try days, and I have seen it again here with this community, but I don't know if it's specific to Try. I'm not going to go so far as to say that it's not possible in 3 Ultimate, because, to be honest, there were certain things in 3 Ultimate where, community-wise, there were techniques and skills that were lost. You know, with the change of community from Try to 3 Ultimate, certain things just didn't cross over. And certain things just fell into obscurity in terms of strategy and the like. But, yeah, I'm gonna say maybe it's just a 3rd gen thing. It's technically possible that it's just for mods done a Try. You would have forgotten, Potato. I forgot as well. I definitely forgot. And the reason why we forget is because we fight these monsters in all of these successive games, and what it does is it actually overwrites your memories. It's incredible. Just the way you think you remember what you were doing in Try, but yeah. I discovered that when I played on my Doomlink character through Try, re-experiencing the online, and just the process of going through it. I was shocked by how much I had forgotten. When I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. But it's not something that was readily available in my memory. Just little details. So much that I'd forgotten. So it was really good to re-experience that. This has been a very long hunt. I should probably sharpen up. I don't regret my choice of weapon. I think it's totally reasonable. But it would have been even more reasonable if I had sharpness +1. But then I wouldn't have guard skills, so I don't know. Let's carve that tail. I wish I had Sonic Bombs, then I'd be able to demonstrate to you the Sonic Bomb strategy with Agnaktor. It does, the only timing that it really requires is, the window is shorter than, say, Diablos. Diablos, as you can imagine, spends more time underground than Agnaktor does. When Agnaktor burrows, he's very quick to begin an attack after burrowing. And it's because that window is much shorter that you're less likely to see it. How the fuck did I hit the chest without bouncing? Did you see that? Maybe I ended up hitting the body, because the body is broken but the chest is not. I really want you to dig. Please dig. Technically, I'm doing more damage while he's in this state because I'm using Dragon, but it's not much use if I'm just bouncing the whole time. There's an Uruktor who's getting his damage in. Fuck off. Yeah, it's been a long hunt, hasn't it? Thanks, the king. I don't think he's joined back either. I think he's probably just given up. I don't entirely blame him. Fuck off! That Uroktor needs to get a life. So Genji seems to be using the Barbarian Shark, which is a good longsword. Definitely the best water longsword in the game. But yeah, it seems that the two of us together are not dealing a huge amount of damage. Keep in mind, I should mention why this is a time sink. I believe that the HR51 double quests actually feature full health monsters. So we're not talking about 2 monsters in one quest and they have reduced health to account for it. These are full health monsters. So we are fighting 2 full health monsters right now. The reason why I know this is because I can compare the HR31 Double Trouble quest to the HR51 Double Trouble quest, and I can see that actually the difference between those 2 quests is that they actually have full health in the HR51. And that appears to be the case for the other multi-monster quests in HR51. Just because they do take a long time. You can just tell. If they had reduced health, you'd know, but they don't. So, that's how it works. That's why it's taking so much time. In addition to that, there's only 2 of us. So, that doesn't exactly make it easier. I'll try to show you that more clearly, P-Berry. One of the things you really notice about this game when you see it at a nice high resolution is just how attractive it is. I should also mention that there is no bloom in my game here. I have a code that has totally removed bloom. And let me tell you, removing bloom is probably the biggest thing. It's not just running at resolution that's higher than the Wii console. It's removing that fucking bloom, because you can see the detail of the textures. If you're running bloom, it's either too dark to see anything or too bright to see anything. So, there you go. Check it out. PS3 graphics. I don't need firestones. I would like time-worn charms, please. Not shining charms. Yeah, well. So for those who are unfamiliar with bloom, and just how bad it is in this game, if I go into a desert location, well, a desert location, the sandy plains. If I go to the sandy plains, and go to the big sand areas, where you've got a big desert expanse, the sand is so bright that it is just blinding yellow and gold. You can't see any texture of sand, it is just glowing. It's like you're in lava. It's unbelievable. I've never seen such egregious misuse of bloom in any video game. It's disgusting. It looks so bad. But yeah, when you're in a dark location as well, the bloom makes the location even darker. It's terrible. The bloom in this game ruined it visually on the Wii. Not just the resolution of the Wii, but the bloom. Awful. But I'll tell you what, it looks damn good when you get rid of the bloom. And when you run it at a higher resolution. That's right, Potato. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, have a sleep, Dragoon. Thanks for sticking with me for this length of time. I'll continue hunting with Genji, but not before I go to the bathroom, so I will be back in a moment. Okay, before I go to the bathroom, Genji's going to City 5. And I may join him. I hope that as high rank stuff, it's important that I strike while the iron is hot. So, I will go to City 5. Let's find out. Is it high rank? Skilled players only, that's a good fucking start. Excellent. Alright. Now, I shall go to the bathroom. I just noticed that included in the list of players in this room is someone that I had a slight altercation with. Slight for me, possibly a bit more than that for that person. That person is Ionair. Now, a few days ago, I had a bit of a situation. Just before going to bed one night, I hunted with Ionair. And I'm telling you, this person, the way that they use lance, the best way that I can describe it is by saying, imagine if your only attack with a lance was to charge with it. Like just the charging attack and nothing else. That is how this person uses lance. I was so incensed, and also tired, that I just, @messaged Ionair in the chat and said, the way you use lance makes me want to hang myself. And then I went to sleep. So, I mean, there is no... It wasn't just that Ionair was charging with the lance. It was the fact that he was doing that and constantly hitting me. Constantly. Not just me, but multiple people. Just doing nothing except charging with the lance. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'd never seen it before. And so, I'd imagine that that was not entirely appreciated, that comment, but... In other words, Sorry for that sound. It's me constantly having issues with my controller connection. But while I would imagine that that feedback was not taken in a good-natured way, I was so distressed and disgusted by that play that I chose not to approach it constructively and just vented. I wish you could have seen it. And maybe you will. Maybe you will. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Because the thing with the lance is that with certain monsters, if the monster is thin enough for the lance to penetrate through the monster, guess what? The character can actually be on one side of the monster, and you're on the other side, and you still get hit with a lance charge, because the lance is pierced through the monster. That's what was happening. It was really bad. And what I find to be really unacceptable is when a hunter can see that they are fucking up their team endlessly, and yet they make no change to their strategy. They decide, well, that's just the way it is. That's how I use the lance. Tough. I just can't believe that in a team-based game a person can play like that. It's extraordinary. Lalo is going for a quick smoke. Seems that Lagiacruz and Goebel has been put on the board. I will use a fire weapon. I have to do something about this. I keep slightly disconnecting my controller, and what that requires is that you have to hear this. It's because I'm recording system sound. I can't just record the sound of this application. At least I don't think so. Maybe I could try that. Is there actually a way to specifically record an application? No, no. I'm recording system sound. Very well. It is what it is. It's happened again. Why does it keep happening? Admittedly, mini USB is pretty bad for insertions, but this controller is not that old. So the fact that I'm having so much difficulty with it, despite having only purchased it about 6 months ago, is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Okay. So, fire damage, something that I would be comfortable using underwater. How about... not that. Lagiacruz and the Elder Babel Spear. Sounds like fun. We're not really in need of high damage. We've got a full group. So it's about whatever is fun to use, not about whatever is most effective. Alright. So just an update for those who forgot the fact that I mentioned it, or perhaps didn't catch it. Lalo is smoking as we speak. Has to get his nicotine hit once he has concluded with his addiction. What am I talking about? I'm shaming him for nicotine addiction. Meanwhile, look at me. But, yeah. Once he has concluded, we will be able to depart. I suppose we haven't seen what he is going to use for this quest. Although, I would imagine that he won't change his loadout. There's no real reason to, that looks perfectly appropriate. So he will probably join the quest with that. I actually, in this game, prefer the Agnaktor longsword to the Rathalos longsword. The stats work much nicer. Ione, for Christ's sake, he's already... Read the chat, man. It wasn't just that, he said BRB. Now, if he had just said quick smoke, I would accept that maybe you were confused. But he even said BRB. If at that point you're still confused, there's nothing I can do to... There's nothing anyone can do to help you, actually. Do I have to explain this? I'm not any particular authority on this guy's activities, but based on what I've seen him write, I can tell this person that he will be back soon. I just don't even want to write this. I couldn't be bothered. I'll just let Ione be confused. Well, yeah, that's the brilliant thing about the Agnaktor longsword. Not only does it look much cooler, I love the curvature of it. You see the curvature? It's almost in a slight S shape. What I mean by that is that it curves in one direction and then goes the other way and then back the other way. It's quite nice. But yeah, not only does it look cooler, the stats are a bit nicer as well. They at the very least work better in conjunction with Sharpness +1. In my view. Yeah, the Najarala longsword is even more curved than that. I don't know if I like that weapon, visually. I like the title Najarala longsword. I think because the coloration is a bit cooler. It's something like blue and purple and... Yeah, I prefer that coloration. So visually the weapon is more attractive to me with those colors, but... Yeah, I know what you mean about the shape. That's definitely very curved. Genji is asking if we are capturing them or killing. That would be for Ione to decide. Desert Salter's Queen is not just cool as a subspecies on its own. The weapons look really cool. Probably my favorite bow design in all of Monster Hunter is the Desert Salter's bow. The coloration is beautiful. When it's green, it doesn't look quite as nice to my eyes. That light sandy brown / yellow with that rainbow membrane on the bowstring, oh my god. It looks amazing. Such an attractive weapon. Definitely one of the prettiest weapons in Monster Hunter. And I do use it in 4 Ultimate. It's just regrettable that I cannot play 4 Ultimate for you all on a regular basis. I would love to. I would love to play 4 Ultimate for all of you as regularly as I would play any other Monster Hunter game, but I can't. Because it's difficult to record smoothly, and it's also... It was probably even harder to get a decent group to play with at any given time. So, you guys have only been able to see my 4 Ultimate character on rare occasions. And I seem to recall it was before you were watching me live, P-Berry, so... I don't know if you got to see it, but it wouldn't have been live at least. I don't know, P-Berry. I've I've seen people really searching for communities for 4 Ultimate on Discord, and they just can't find them. The reason why we can be assured that there is no hidden community of 4 Ultimate that's not known to anyone else is because Citra shows all of the online servers that exist for Citra. You see servers for Pokemon, you see servers for Zelda Ocarina of Time, you see all of these different little connection servers. Most of them, admittedly, are for Monster Hunter, because that's where the community is strongest. But yeah, you can see all of them, and the number of people playing for Ultimate, minimal. Very minimal. So yeah, it's extraordinary, but the 4 Ultimate community is probably one of the smallest communities. Well, the non-3DS 4 Ultimate community is one of the smallest Monster Hunter communities. These days, shockingly, smaller than the Monster Hunter 1 community. And that's sad. That's really sad. I blame quantized Anson. I do. I actually blame that one individual. So what he did was, he fractured and displaced the community from Anthena's Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate Discord by creating his own Discord and poaching all of those people. And it created a very disjointed community as a result. I remember he explained to me why he did that, but obviously I didn't agree because it didn't change my opinion on the situation. He ruined that community, I think. Lalo is... He's just sent an ellipsis in the chat. I don't know what that's referring to. I don't know why he is so dissatisfied, but he is. The main reason why 4 Ultimate has such a small community is because it's very hard to run the game. A lot of people don't have a machine that can run 4 Ultimate smoothly. It's as simple as that. Double Cross, very easy to run on Citra. So that has a sprawling community. There are a lot of people who play that game. But 4 Ultimate has a tiny community. I hate that. I really do hate that. I blame Capcom, I blame a lot of people, but Capcom choosing to release games on the 3DS, to be honest, is probably the main reason why those games suffer in the way that they do. They just don't have that longevity. And the way the 3DS is so anti-content creator, always has been. You know, recording a 3DS was always terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. There was no way to actually capture game audio. I think there were ways, but it was hard. To actually get an audio feed, an in-the-box audio feed of the game was hard. You'd have to do something like record the sound coming out of your 3DS speakers whilst sending a video feed to your computer. It was bad. It was unacceptably low quality. And that's because Nintendo had no desire to give you the opportunity to record the 3DS. It wasn't on their radar, they never considered it. It's because they are so out of touch that it wouldn't have even been a case of them being aware of that as an option when designing the 3DS, and they decided, nah, fuck it, we're not going to do that. They wouldn't have even been aware of it. Whereas the PSP, I can connect component cables to that thing and send that signal to a capture card, to a television, to whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, it has a proprietary connection, but that's easy. It's not so proprietary that it's not like a GameCube component cable. It's easy. There are so many third-party cables where you plug it into the PSP, And I mean like the 2000, 3000, etc. Like the actual original PSPs, not the Vita or the Go. I mean the old PSPs. And you can just send a component cable connection to a capture card. Did it look great? No, because it was of its time. It looked kind of shitty. But at least you had in the box video and audio that you could use for content creation. Simple as that. The decision to use Nintendo and to have the 3DS be the platform for Monster Hunter in the 2010s was a terrible mistake. I'd say Capcom would strenuously disagree with that statement, but for me personally, it was terrible. It affected my ability to enjoy Monster Hunter, and yeah, even that statement on its own is a conservative one. It didn't just affect my ability to enjoy Monster Hunter, it made me want to quit Monster Hunter. So yeah, Goebel's pretty cool. One of the issues that I have when I play online in For Ultimate is that when I get into an end game room, and it's more of an issue to do with the game itself than the community, I will admit that. But they just want to do guild quests, that's it. They just want to do guild quests. Now imagine if I'm doing Doomlink's life hunts, and all I'm doing is guild quests. That's what it would be like, because that's all they want to do. When you're in endgame and For Ultimate, that's really the only thing that's worthwhile doing. Because to make endgame equipment, you need relics. So back when I started Doomlink's Random Hunts in 2015, I used to rant a lot about how much I hated For Ultimate. For Ultimate was the newest Monster Hunter game when I started Doomlink's Random Hunts on YouTube. And I used to rant so much about that, and they were rants about the community, they were rants about the game itself, but let me tell you that For Ultimate and its Guild Quest endgame, for me, was almost indescribably inadequate. The inadequacy of Guild Quest endgame, for me, in a Monster Hunter game, was difficult to actually describe. Except by way of the most visceral and coarse language available to me. It was insulting, it made me angry, but that was in 2015. I would later come to realize that Capcom would do things that would make Guild Quest endgame in For Ultimate look like, you know, an epiphany of genius proportions. You know, 5th generation Monster Hunter really put that shit into perspective for me. That's how spoilt I was for good Monster Hunter games, that something like a Guild Quest endgame used to piss me off, to the point where I was irate. The reason why Guild Quest endgame was so frustrating was that you would literally be fighting monsters in the same locale every time. There was no locale. It was the Guild Quest locale, which was just generic and boring and uninspired, and not only were you hunting for talismans, you were hunting for weapons. There was a talisman system that had been created for weapons and armor, but particularly weapons. You didn't have to do relic armor, that wasn't as common, but relic weapons, that was it. You needed that. And the whole balance of the game was actually focused around level 140 guild quests, not G-rank quests. So G-rank quests were considered almost a lower tier than what was effectively endgame, and I hated that. I hated that G-rank weaponry and the idea of hunting a specific monster for specific materials to make their weapons and armor was done away with, so that we can just have a fucking roulette system where I'm going to do a random level 140 quest and then get random weapons Some of them will be good, some of them will be bad, but none of them will relate to the monster that I have just killed. I hated that. And I hate to this day that when I go and play with endgame people in 4 Ultimate, that is the shit that I am forced to do. Because naturally, that is the nature of the endgame. I love 4 Ultimate in a lot of ways and for a lot of reasons, but that is something that I cannot deal with. I hate Guild Quest Endgame. I like it to be an option, but the idea of it literally being the way that I make an endgame character, you know, the way that I don't have that option, I don't have that choice, that is it. That is my only choice when it comes to making something that is as strong as it can be in the game, and furthermore, the mere fact that that is how to get the strongest weapons, the way in which that prompts people to only do guild quests, means that community-wise, I have to do that and put up with it. That was literally how you played for Ultimate. That was it. And that really turned me off. Between that and then having to play on a fucking 3DS console, that butchered my motivation to play Monster Hunter. It butchered it. It was so bad. And I still get a taste for it today when I go and play with people in Endgame 4 Ultimate on Citra, and all they want to do is fucking guild quests. Whereas to them, I'm sure that a standard G-rank quest is quite boring and low level compared to their characters and compared to their loadouts, so therefore I don't blame them. I blame the design of the game for prompting them to play it in that way. So my old rants from 2015 when I was, and even before that point really, 2014 when I was doing lots of recordings that came before the Random Hunt series that was eventually uploaded, all of those rants that I used to get annoyed about the fact that I would get on them because I just couldn't avoid it, I was so angry, so annoyed, that was the subject. That was the subject matter. It was just that frustration, that myopic decision-making on the part of Capcom to take away that special interaction between hunting a monster and making it stuff. You don't realize how meaningful that is until you turn your weapon creation system into the talisman system. Once you do that, wow. To say that it trivialized it would be an understatement. It was bad. I was not keeping track of deaths. I wasn't keeping track. It felt like I was in that quest for a very long time. I don't know about you guys, but that felt like a really long quest. And we just failed it. We got nothing out of that. Nothing. What the fuck? How did we fail that? Oh my god. Well, perhaps I killed Goebel and carved him, but other than that, I got nothing out of that quest. I didn't get HRP. That's for certain. 2 from Lalo, 1 from Iona. Fuck's sake. It's not complicated, guys. It's not Devil Joe, it's not Alatreon, it's fucking Lagiacruz and Goebel. Iona responds with a sad face. Yeah, well, I know what face I'm going to respond with. That fucking face. And that was the old face that I used to use in Try. Back in the emoticon days. You know, most of my communication taking place on Discord actually has completely distanced myself from emoticon communication. Whenever I see people using like regular keyboard characters to express themselves, I'm just like, oh god, that's weird. It feels so strange. It's like another world. Because I've been using Discord since 2015, regularly. That's been my main form of communication. So it's been that long since I've used emoticons to express myself. And it just feels a bit soulless and weird to go back to that. But anyway. Peaberry is sending Le Palestine face in the chat, which is a bit of a throwback as well. What has the discussion been here? Well, yeah, it became Lenny. In the old 4chan days, it was originally Le Palestine face. I'm assuming it was Lenny because it was Le, and then they made it Lenny. Lalo has suggested Ugnoctal. Very well. What would make that fun? I'll definitely use something water-based. How about Water Sword and Shield? Let's do it. Actually, I've changed my mind. Water Greatsword. Ancarius... Oh, hold on. That's looking quite sad. Look at that sharpness. Oh my god. It is Greatsword, I can deal with that. It looks terrible. It looks like the most woeful sharpness you've ever laid your eyes upon. Ever laid eyes on. I don't like using upon in that way. It's the worst sharpness you've ever seen, but with Greatsword, it's shockingly doable. I will persist. I will hunt with the sharpness. Let's do it. Iron Air's using the Royal Ludroth Claw. Good for him. Aha, Peaberry, that's 8 hits until I sharpen. Because I'm happy to use blue. Genji's outfit is unbelievable. Look at her. The Ranger's folds with those legs, that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. That loadout is so ugly. But it almost looks appropriate for Locklack. Wow. Four hits until green, you reckon? Okay. Okay. We'll find out. We'll count the hits. How about that? That's not to challenge you on your estimate. That's just to better inform ourselves of what the sharpness means with the Greatsword. You'd be surprised. It's incredible. Like, you can get a lot of mileage out of tiny sharpness with the Greatsword. That's the only reason why I'm departing with that sharpness. Let me tell you. I wouldn't do it otherwise. Potato, what are you doing, man? Do you know why I'm not identifying with your nostalgia quite as much? Like, I've been through that. I've gone through that period of just sitting there and being like, oh my god, this is so nostalgic. I'm past that now. And do you know why? It's because I've actually been playing the game. I reckon you should come and play Try, Potato. Come and play Try. I was hesitant because there's a certain beauty in wallowing in that absolute nostalgia. it's very emotional and it's really special and it's touching and all of that, but at a certain point, if you want to re-experience it, you have to let that nostalgia go and just get back into it. And I decided that that's what I wanted to do. And so here I am. Yeah, download it. It's really easy. Like, there's not much of a setup process. You will have a really good time re-experiencing it. I have to get a new controller. This is just becoming almost unusable. Having to constantly reconnect it because it slightly unplugs itself because of this terrible mini USB connector. Nope. Not doing too well with my cool drinks at the moment, but 2 should suffice for this quest, unless I die. Imagine if we're in the quest for, let's say, 12 minutes, and I've consumed 2 cool drinks, and then I die. Then I'm in trouble. But I should be okay. Now watch the charge of the greatsword in this game. It's a little different. Let me just demonstrate it like this. Now, what you just saw there is a level 3 charge. The distinction... Did you see that? That is Sonic Bomb Agnactor, what you just witnessed. That's Sonic Bomb Agnactor. I actually forgot to equip Sonic Bombs to show you guys. But someone else is doing it. It's because we're back in Try, and that is the old strategy. So... it's not an uncommon sight. So you have to be quick enough. You have to be very quick. You could see that I think it's positioning and also timing. You have to do it almost immediately after he dives because he's not doing anything at that point. And you also have to be close to where he was when he burrowed into the ground. So charging with the greatsword in Try is very difficult if you're very used to charging in, for example, Portable Third and beyond. So charging in Try, with focus at least, I'll try to vocally express the timing. It goes 1, 2, 3. It's not 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3. And if you miss that 3, you go into charge 4 where it down powers. It powers down. So you have to get that 1, 2, 3 timing, otherwise you miss them. It's difficult to then visually express that because it's not as clear, but you'll see. I'll try to vocally do it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I couldn't quite get it there visually. That's right, we were supposed to count the number of hits, weren't we? I will do that. When I next sharpen, I will count the hits, but let me at least demonstrate this. The greatsword charging. 1, 2, 3. Technically it's 0 until it does, so 1, 2, 3. And then that extra sort of visual flurry effect shows that you got the timing right. It's weird. It's fucking strange. 1, 2, 3. Alright, what we'll do is we'll sharpen up and we'll count the hits. Every time I make contact with that monster, I will count it. And we will determine how many hits it takes for us to get to blue, and then from blue to green. Come on. Oops. 1. I can block a roar without worrying about sharpness being lost. 2. That's probably the most scary attack of the Argnoctor, by the way. Oh. Not gonna make contact from that distance. And he's leaving. And my controller is disconnected. As you do, mate. As you do. Fuck's sake. I would imagine that we're doing alright in terms of damage, but I don't feel like I've contributed as much as I should have been. Three. That doesn't count. It only counts towards lowering your sharpness if it happens on your screen. 4, 5. Six. Oh, I don't think that made contact. We're still at 5. That didn't make contact. Six, 7. It's pretty good. 8, 9. Keeping in mind, by the way, when you bounce, you lose more sharpness. I don't like this experiment. Because now that I'm hitting this armored... Yeah. Let it be known that it's probably closer to 12. Yeah, okay, 12 to blue is what you said. You're probably right, but... It's looking pretty good. Like I said, you get more longevity than you might expect. Yeah, you're probably right, Peaberry. It probably is 12. That sounds about right. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you've got 24 hits until you reach green sharpness. I'm perfectly content with that. For a greatsword, 24 hits that's a lot. That's actually probably, depending on what's going on in the hunt, that can be 3 minutes of a hunt. 24 hits with a greatsword. So, yeah. Well, there you go. I do feel that I could have contributed to this hunt better than I have done, but it's all about the fun, isn't it? Okay, well I rolled through the initial attack and then missed the follow-up with the tail. Fine. So with Greatsword in this game, you actually have to hold R to be able to go into a draw charge. Unless you're holding the R button when you hold X to go into a charge, you will not. You will actually just do a draw sheath, or draw unsheath attack. Sorry. A draw slash. No charge involved. You don't need to do it if you're standing still, but if you're in a running motion, you do have to do that. Oh, yeah, that hit me. That's quite unfortunate that Ionair has died. I think that means Ionair will lose out on all rewards from this monster. Well, all carves at least, not all rewards, that's not quite right. Ionair has chosen to dither in the camp, instead of, as quickly as possible, make their way to the monster. I think Ionair's just given up. Totally given up. But as you can see, there's no reason to have given up. Ionair may have made it if he just went for it. Oh well. Pretty much everyone who played Try used Lance a lot because it was so strong. You could counter after 3 thrusts, which was so absurdly strong. Do you know what? If Ionair had just gone for it, he'd be in Area 8 by now. And he may have made it to get some carves. But maybe it just wasn't worth it. It's not that, Takashi. There's a little bit of... I have to admit that we're not doing that well, but it's... We are relatively... Oh, okay, so we are appropriately leveled for these quests. This is not a slow hunt. This is just what you would expect of a high rank hunt in Monster Hunter Tri. The comparison between Monster Hunter Tri and Portable Third, for example, is stark. Portable Third is very easy, very quick, simplistic. Maybe not simplistic, but there's not much of a challenge in that game. Tri does take time. Some monsters take some time to die. Argonautaur is considered a very high tier monster in this game. And he does take time to die. Unless you've got a team that's really well optimized, this is how long it takes to kill him. So... really what you're seeing here is expected. Oh, as far as people dying, that's... I thought you meant the length of time that it took to complete the quest. If you mean people dying, there's a little bit of... I will admit that the monsters are strong, and the defense can be quite low, comparatively speaking, but I'd say it's more likely their performance, their personal performance, that is causing them to die as much as they are. It's not like I'm dying. You guys can see how much health I'm taking and how often I'm dying. If the game was particularly difficult compared to all of the other games that I play, I'd be dying more, but I'm not. So the point is that it's their performance that is the problem here. Alright. What next? That is the golden question. Look, I personally don't think that there is that much more risk hunting in high rank with high rank gear in Tri versus, for example, hunting with G rank gear and G rank in 3 Ultimate. I think the experience is quite similar. Strictly speaking, it is different. If you're playing 3 Ultimate and you're hunting G rank monsters, they do actually move faster. That is a challenge. But if you're used to that, It's kind of the same thing. You can expect to be dealing with similar risks in high rank with high rank gear in Tri. And the challenge that it presents, look, I would tell you that my experience of hunting Uragaan in high rank in this game is nothing like any other game I've played in the series where I'm hunting Uragaan. He's very difficult in this game. The same can be said of Baroth, and possibly other monsters as well. There is actually an element of challenge present in Tri that doesn't exist in any other game 3rd gen or beyond. It's unique to this game. You won't understand it until you actually, with fresh eyes, with the strength of having played lots of other Monster Hunter games to really know what you're dealing with. It's not until you play a new character, as I have done with my Doomlink character, and experienced it. It's really challenging. Like, this game is genuinely challenging compared to the other 3rd and 4th gen games. In all of 3rd and 4th gen, this is by a considerable margin the most difficult Monster Hunter game. I was surprised to see that. The reason why was because when I first played Tri, I had come from Freedom Unite. I was tempered in the fires of 2nd gen Monster Hunter. So for me, playing Tri was not a challenge. But after having played a lot of later 3rd gen and 4th gen, and going back and forth between different Monster Hunter games, coming and playing Tri again made it very clear that it's just naturally challenging compared to the others. Whatever it is, the strange thing is you can't quite put your finger on it, because it's a mixture of different things. It's the amount of defense that you have relative to the monsters you're fighting, it's the amount of damage you're dealing, it's the way they fight. There's a lot of things involved. Like Barioth, for example, does not move in the same way that he does in Portable 3rd, 3 Ultimate, 4 Ultimate, etc. Wait, I don't think he was in 4 or 4 Ultimate. He was in Generations and Generations Ultimate. At least Generations Ultimate. The point is that he moved uniquely in this game. It was very hard. And yeah, I actually thought that Barioth was a challenge in Tri because I was learning to fight him for the first time and getting used to him. But what I realized was that going back to Tri to fight Barioth, he's actually a different monster in this game. He's actually genuinely hard in a way that is unique to the other games. It's amazing, because you just don't expect that. The first time I had fought Barioth was in this game, so I had no measure for how easy or difficult he was, except for the fact that he was hard because I wasn't familiar with how to fight him. He's a lot more similar to Nagakuga in this game. He has an actual Nagakuga attack in this game. And it's hard to deal with. What is Sito's hunter rank? 94. That's a cool set. Attack up large, bonus shot, and element attack up. I haven't actually shown you guys my elemental gunning set. What I use in this game is actually heavy bowgun element, and I will tell you why. It's because in this game, bonus shot is not linked to the type of bowgun you have, and that's because bowgun weight is different in Monster Hunter Tri. Bowgun weight is purely the combined weight of the 3 separate pieces of bowgun that you have used to create a full bowgun. What that means is that whether or not you can rapid fire a shot is unrelated to bowgun weight. We've just changed to daytime. That's the beauty of Lochlac and being in a city like this. So yes, of course, stay hydrated. So therefore, when you reach heavy bowgun, that's just a weight consideration. That just means that you're physically moving slowly when you have the weapon out, and you can still rapid fire. It's great. And I'm going to demonstrate it now. This is my rapid fire heavy bowgun. I have evasion up, bonus shot, blight proof, element attack up, and sneak. Ugh, sneak. That's right. That's me. Alright. I've got sharpshooter, so if I need to go back to normal shots, after having expended all of my fire shots, then I will do. Not hot pepper. Go away. Fire herbs, please. I should have husk berries on hand. I do. I'll put away bone husk small because I'm not in need of them. Do I have fire shots here? 16. I will take those. Sort. Go back. Purchase my flaming shots that I am in need of. And then, well, double check to see if I need anything else. Stock up on this. Yep, I'm happy with that. Take binoculars. I was given a good morning by Peaberry because it changed to daytime in Lochlac, which is pleasant. I appreciate that. It's not water. And this is not a martini glass, I'll have you know. I'm offended. This is a Waterford crystal fucking wine glass. Ugh. Anyway. So, well, I'm not going to show you until I'm actually engaging the monster, but you can see this is a heavy bowgun. The first game to have crouch fire was portable third. There is no crouch fire here. So, rapid firing a gun is unrelated to weight. Now, it is true that heavy bowgun was the only... Or rather, heavy bowgun couldn't rapid fire. Am I? Yes, I believe I'm correct in saying that in second and first generation, you couldn't rapid fire with a heavy bowgun, but you could with light. And that was just natural to those guns. It was just one of the benefits to having that lighter gun you could rapid fire. Pretty much the difference was damage that you dealt. But here I am, in this game, where bowguns are composite. I've got, if I can show it, I can't. They don't want me to... Oh, here we go. So, Rattling Gun plus barrel, Gen Cannon frame, and Agna Blaster stock. The shots that I can shoot... fucking controller! Christ. The shots that I can shoot, just look at that last column. That last column. For both of these screens. When it comes to flaming, I can shoot rapid fire, 5 flaming shots. And I've got evade extender for my heavy bowgun. That's the way to do it. And I do have bonus shot as well. I've always been a white wine drinker. I do not like red wine. I don't mind it, some of it's okay. But when I drink red wine, it's always fortified wine. Always fortified wine. So port, specifically. I like port, I like sherry, I like muscat, I don't have time for standard red wine. Do not have time for it. I would love to knock you off the ceiling. I can see Genji's really going for it as well. He's really going for that knockdown. Well, I generally prefer dry white. I don't drink white wine for the sweetness. I tend to avoid Sauvignon Blanc, because that's usually quite sweet. I'm sure there are drier Sauvignon, but for white wine, but yeah. When it comes to red wine, I tend to go for Shiraz. That's my go-to. Shiraz and Cabernet Sauvignon. I don't mind some Merlots, but yeah. Pinot Grigio, I think are generally sweet, yeah. But I don't have that much experience there. What was the last Pinot Grigio I had? It was... I didn't enjoy the mouthfeel of the last Pinot Grigio I had. It was... yeah, not quite nice. I prefer... for white wine, I prefer Chardonnay, usually. And because we're not allowed to say champagne anymore for sparkling wine, Australians have started just exclusively drinking Prosecco, which is quite sad. The sparkling white wine I don't have much of an interest in. But, yeah. Well, well, that's the thing, I'm not a huge wine drinker, to be honest. I'm more of a spirit drinker. It's just spirits are fucking expensive, that's the point. Something to do with the wine taxes in Australia makes it so that wine is much less taxed. It's probably the same in the US, to be honest. Wine taxes are much more reasonable. I still refer to all sparkling wine as champagne. I don't give a fuck about those Frenchies. Like, come on. I get that in terms of brand, and in terms of what you can officially call, oh, I carved a fearsome more. That's significant. That's a good drop. I seem to remember the name Blood Guilty more, but I think that's from G-Rank. But yeah. Like... champagne to me, in the same way that sherry will always be sherry, and port will always be port. So basically it's the same with champagne when it comes to... okay, so the way in which you can only refer to champagne if it's from the village of Champagne in France is the same with port. So you can't call it port unless it's from Portugal. You can't call it sherry unless it's from Spain. That's bullshit. It's a style of drink. Okay? I get that officially speaking, you can't call it that unless it's from those countries, and they're protecting their brand, their specific country's export. That's fine. But in terms of how I'm going to refer to it, oh, for fuck's sake. In terms of how I'm going to refer to the style, I actually think it's to that country's benefit to use their naming to refer to an entire style of beverage. So, I say champagne, I say port, I say sherry, etc. Ah, that's good to hear. Someone who likes a good tequila. I like to hear that, Takashi. I have to tell you that the party culture in Australia, and I'm sure that it's the same in many other countries, has really caused a complete misunderstanding of what tequila is. Tequila is good. It's tasty. I drink it straight, and I get a good tequila, and I enjoy it. It's great. I have the fondest memories of playing Daggerfall while drinking some mezcal tequila. Just, whenever I taste tequila, I think of Daggerfall. Just great memories. And the reality is that it has such a specific flavor that there's nothing that can really compensate for it. It can't replace it. If you decide, oh, today I feel like drinking tequila, it has to be that. There's nothing that will say to your desire in place of tequila, because it's got a very specific profile, very specific flavor profile, lovely aftertaste. And it's not overpowering either. It's very, very light. It's a soft touch, in other words. Looks like Lalo is finishing up, which is fun. The sound of these hunters carving this monster apart is horrible. In what way? Do you mean it's actually grating to the ear? Or are you visualizing the hunters carving up a monster and that's quite morbid? In what way is it horrible? Well, I don't drink sweet tequila. I think the thing with agave is that I don't really know how to describe the flavor, but it's not sweet necessarily, and I don't think that to enjoy that flavor profile it needs to have sweetness attached to it, or to complement it. I think it works very well on its own, and to speak for myself, I am biased. I don't particularly like sweet alcohol. That's never been something I'm attracted to. I like depth of flavor, and not an earthy flavor, but yeah, whatever. The difficulty with sweetness is that sweetness is naturally tasty. It's like how in audio, a heavy bass is very noticeable. Like when you hear strong, powerful bass in music, you can go, that's cool. It's the same with flavor and sweetness. Sweetness is something you can immediately attach to and you go, oh, that's nice and sweet. You know, same idea. It's simple. It's simply good. But there's complexity to flavor profile that is not sweet. And what that means is that it can easily be kind of nasty. Or you can not have a taste for it and then require some time to develop a taste for it, or something like that. I don't know what our next hunt will be. I reckon double barrel. That sounds like fun. Yeah, those barrel-aged, I've actually had a few smoky tequilas. Pretty cool. Very tasty. I believe you're from America, Takashi. Can I just tell you that you guys kind of ruined whiskey? I know that's probably not very popular. I like that there's a smokiness with some of your whiskeys, but that's not really a specialty of American whiskey. I don't like how sweet you guys made whiskey. Not just bourbon, but whiskey in general, but I suppose specifically bourbon. Too damn sweet, guys. I think a lot of people associate whiskey with sweet flavors for that. Yeah, Takashi specifically ruined whiskey. Yes, that's exactly what I'm getting at. That's... no. But yeah, like if you want a smoky whiskey, I get, you know, smoky oak barrel, whatever, but peated whiskey, oh my god. That is the taste of the gods. And do you know what's great? You'll have like a good session with peated whiskey one night, and then for up to a day afterwards, you'll just get that occasional taste of peat in your mouth, and you're like, oh, that's so good. Just that smokiness in your throat. I love that. That's a lifestyle. To drink peated whiskey is a lifestyle. It's actually so divine. Well, whiskey with an E, I've always used. You have just completely changed my perspective. If you're correct in saying that whiskey with an E means US or Ireland made whiskey, I've decided to now drop the E. for me, it was always whiskey without the E to describe Scotch and all other whiskey, and with the E was to describe Irish whiskey. And for me, I felt that it was more authentic to use the E for Irish whiskey. But now that you've said that with the E means it's US made, that's probably muddied the waters a little bit there. I will drop the E from now on. Thank you for informing me. And I don't mean that as a mark against the US, I mean that in the sense that the US doesn't have the sort of history when it comes to distilling whiskey that, for instance, the Scottish would. So I will go with their naming. Okay. We want fire damage. And okay, let's use the longsword. I haven't used a longsword in this recording. I can now demonstrate to you all how pathetic the longsword is. Pathetic not in the sense of its effectiveness, because it's very effective. Pathetic in the sense that they have done away with the balance of longsword in the most egregious way possible. And you probably all know what I'm talking about. But I'll demonstrate it, one way or the other. I'd best buy some cool drinks. Not that I need them for this quest, but I will purchase them. I had no idea the Americans used the E in whiskey. I had no clue. I shouldn't be too surprised though. You guys owe your accents to the Irish. The only accent in the world that is even remotely similar to the American accent is the Irish accent. If you get a really mild Irish accent, it just sounds like an American accent. That's it. Because I'm sure people would, like for instance, Americans would think of an Irish accent and think of like a really harsh Irish accent. No, if you get a mild one, it just sounds the same as American accent. Or as an American accent. Oh. You're moving to Australia to be a Doomlink fan. Is that to suggest that... Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Anyway. Fear not, you are welcome to be a fan if you're outside of Australia. That's the best response I can give to that. Now, even though there are 2 Barioth here, and I'm shitting my pants slightly, one of them should fly off pretty soon. Hopefully. I rather regret that I didn't bring dung bombs. Ow. We were talking about the Acantor longsword earlier, because I was discussing, or pointing out, that I consider the Agnaktor longsword to be the better of the 2 when also comparing to the Rathalos longsword. And for that reason I'm using the Agnaktor longsword. So here it is. So the other Barioth has now left the premises. Premises. This is not a premises. He's left the area. How about that? I saw you trying to do your Agnaktor Nagakuga attack. I do have an Agnaktor weapon, But Barioth does not have an Ugnaughtor attack, just to make that very clear. Yeah, Potato is Irish. Living in England, though. But he is originally Irish. I wouldn't consider an Irish accent to be something to be made fun of. I get it, I mean it's normal when... in any location, especially in England for example, where there are so many different accents in one place. Like in America, like for as large as America is, there aren't many different accents. There are different ones, for sure. But compared to the size of England and, well, let's just say the UK, there are many more accents in England. As far as I'm concerned, it's normal to be picked on for having a different accent in a place like that, but as well as that, you also have to have some pride in your origins, I guess. You don't have to, actually, either. But I would say that if you like your accent, stick with it, rather than allow yourself to be assimilated into your surroundings. There's nothing wrong with being distinct from the people that you are around. I have a lot more respect for a place that has a new accent when you drive 20 minutes in one direction than a place that has the same accent for hundreds of kilometers. And the reason why is because it shows that there's a strength of culture. I like that. Strength of culture is important. And globalization has sort of destroyed that. That might be the best thing for humanity. Possibly. That can be argued, but I do have a soft spot for culture, and for upholding culture and tradition. Time to sharpen up. I believe I started at white, so I should sharpen up, certainly. P-Berry, how does it feel to be maligned by Americans despite being automatically superior to them? For being Canadian. And I don't say that tongue-in-cheek, I mean that genuinely. How does it feel to be maligned despite actually being better? It sucks, doesn't it? Especially knowing that you can't say that. I can, because I'm not Canadian or American. But looking from the outside, oh yeah, I can say that. The only people who make fun of Canadians are Americans. And by that I mean people from the United States, okay? Those are the only people on planet Earth who make fun of them, because... I don't know. They're very... I don't know how to describe it. Except to say that they live in their own little bubble. And anything outside of that is weird and strange, and to be made fun of. And that includes superior culture in every way. Although I don't really like the direction Canada's going in nowadays. But I don't necessarily want to get political, and I won't, but Canadian society's sort of taken a bit of a dive in recent years, in my opinion. It's gone a bit extreme, I guess is what we'll say. It's good to be supportive of certain ideals, but to be extreme in that is not healthy. If you swing to the extreme, that's when you have sort of lost your way. I don't like that aspect of Canada, but... as far as me growing up with both Canada and the United States as points of comparison... There was, to say that Canada was better would be the understatement of the century. really. And I used to be genuinely confused when I would see Americans making fun of them. It was sort of like, I don't know. It was like the really ugly school bully making fun of the really handsome and sociable person in the school. That's what it looked like. Oh god. I suppose, do you know what Canada's biggest weakness is? That they take too much culture from south of their border. That's the biggest weakness in Canada. I wish they had endeavoured to create their own culture, but I suppose then they'd be eating baguettes and frog's legs. But the point is that I wish they had the strength of character to not submit to the culture down south. I like Canadians because they expand the use of the English language in common parlance. For instance, the use of terms like francophones and anglophones. No one else says that. I like that. Francophones and anglophones. See, that's good. Well, no, that's your... Well, that's a good thing. That's the correct... You see, that's not so much your French influence that causes you to spell Czech in that way. That's the correct spelling. That's the accepted spelling. And the reason why is because Czech is a French loan word. That goes to the history of the English language. Like, if we look at English, what is English? It is the language of England. Who ruled over England? It was the fucking French. So English was formed with a heavy French influence. On occasion you do get, you know, rather foolish changes to French loanwords, like, let's look at lieutenant. The English say lieutenant because even though it's a French word, they're like, no, we're not going to say it like the French. As far as I'm concerned, if you're not going to say it like the French, don't fucking use their word, okay? Spell it and say it like the French, or make your own word. So, the English, or in the UK, they say lieutenant instead of lieutenant. But, yeah, they don't spell it differently. The point is that if it's a French word, you fucking spell it properly. What the US does is they reinvented their own language because it's confusing, right? Like, English is confusing, and the reason why is because they have spelling conventions from many different cultures all mixed in together. And the Americans were like, what the fuck is going on? Let's just spell it how it sounds. And they sort of ruined English by doing it. I think it's nice and quaint to have weird spelling conventions. But they just, yeah. Check. Okay. Many examples of that. Well, yes, what I mean is that every place except the UK says lieutenant, because that's the French word. This is what I don't like. I don't like the idea of a French loan word having a totally different pronunciation to the French word, because it was your choice to adopt that word into your language. So why make it lieutenant? There's no fucking F in there. Why add it? Stop making it your own word. It was your choice to port it to your language. So just say lieutenant. That's what it is. Anyway. Well, Waizo, I can't speak to Waizo because that's extremely French, obviously. That's That's getting to the point where it's incompatible with the English language. That's enough of a difference that there's almost... Yeah. That's difficult to defend, but... Yeah. That's too different to modern English. Look, Canadians should embrace original English. I shouldn't say that they take it from the UK. It's more to do with the fact that they keep with traditional English. It's the Americans who like to change it all. So... The biggest thing is that you guys say mum instead of mom. Where did that fucking come from? Mom. Do you know where it came from? The Americans saw mother and were like, why is the shortening M-U-M when it starts with an M-O? Let's make it M-O-M. And then when they made it M-O-M, they're like, well, you can't say mum with an O, so it must be mom. Mom! Well, guess what? It was a shortening. And because it was a shortening, they created a new word. So they wrote it as it was said. Mum. Mother. Mother. It's an O, but it sounds like a U. And so when they made the new word, which was the shortening, it was a U. Mother. But the original word, which is an O, is still pronounced mother. Now, who do you blame? The people who made English or the people who tried to change it? I guess I'm more of a traditionalist and I don't like the people who try to change it. But I suppose that there are examples that I can give you that are a little bit more egregious than that. The thing with United States English is that it dumbs it down. I'm sure some of them think that it's an enhancement in some cases. I can agree with an argument that in some respects it can be an enhancement in that it makes more sense. It's less convoluted and aligns more with what is actually said. But because they had this idea in their heads that they could change the language as they saw fit, any amount of incompetence that made its way in therefore was reflected in the language. Here's one example. Aeroplane. Aeroplane. That is a word. In America, it's not aeroplane. They don't say aeroplane. They say airplane. What's aero? What? I don't get that. Don't you mean airplane? Airplane. I suppose the idea is because they have such a strong emphasis on the R. Air and aero doesn't sound very different. So they would have heard air, because it flies in the air, and plane. And so that's what they started to write. It is officially airplane. No, it's aeroplane. The object is aeroplaning, okay? So, I mean, it's an aeroplane. Everywhere else in the world you say aeroplane. That's what it is. But then the Americans say airplane. As far as aluminium is concerned, that's obviously another example of that. Aluminium is just a little bit too complicated to say. So they just say aluminum. Aluminum. Just the shape I have to make with my mouth to say that makes me sad. So Z is good. Z. I don't know where Z fucking came from. That's a good question. Where did Z originate? Z. Maybe it's... Maybe it... No. Well, Z is for zebra, whereas for them it's like, Z is for zebra. Maybe that's why. It could be something as simple as that. That's a pure theory. I don't know if that's got any basis in reality. But it could be as simple as they say zebra, so they wanted the Z to sound like that. Z's for zebra. It sounds juvenile, but that really is the best way to summarize the way in which they've changed their language. It's very juvenile. But yeah. I've heard Canadians pronounce it mum. 100%. Well, Takashi, the problem with what you've just said is that it assumes that there is a single English accent or a single British accent. There are and were so many accents that it's not a singular matter. I would say some accents probably sound more posh in Britain today than in the past, but some of them just sound very different. I mean, and it's also worth mentioning that as soon as you get a specific accent and you go into certain places where that accent is used, it can get very strong, and it almost sounds totally different from the mild version of it. So that's the problem. It's not just a particular accent that is posh in sound. There may have been specific sounds to an accent that were more southern US by today's comparisons, but yeah, there's no specific accent. Like I say, it shows that there's culture. It shows that they have their own. So let me put it this way: in countries outside of the English-speaking world, what for us is different accents in Britain, in those countries is actually different dialects. They will actually speak a different form of the language of the country. Whether that's in Europe, whether that's in Asia, they will have dialects. And it's the same expression of that culture. It's that these people have formed their own culture in their own area, and so they speak differently. In the modern era, they still speak a standardized form of English that we can all understand. It's just that the way in which they communicate those words is strange. I suppose they have their own colloquialisms, but the fundamental aspect of English remains the same. So, there you go. I will actually play a little bit offline here. And there are reasons why. I would like to get more resource points, and furthermore, you can't actually progress the farm while playing online, and that pisses me off. That really makes me angry, that I can't progress the farm while playing online. So any passage of time that takes place online is disconnected from this place, and that's stupid in my opinion. I will visit the bathroom, and I'll be back momentarily. We will hunt a Lagiocrus in the Moga village. I'll be back soon. That's an old reference. Visit the Doomsink. Peaberry wouldn't know what Doomsink is. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I was live streaming and I must have had to wash my hands or something. It wasn't going to the bathroom, I just went to my ensuite bathroom and turned on the sink and washed my hands, and I think because of the compression that I had active, it was boosting whatever sound was quiet in the background, and so everyone watching live could very clearly hear my sink, and it was affectionately referred to as Doom Sink. This is back in 21, I think, 2021. That was back in the days of Bob the Builder. Ugh. Could also be 2020. I don't remember. You'd probably remember better than I do. Yeah, I'm just innocently washing my hands and I come back and it's like, oh, I can hear his sink. Doom sink. It became an event. A memorable moment. I wouldn't even have a hope in hell of remembering what live stream that would have been. God. It's not like I ever highlighted it. I don't think I ever went back and listened to how audible it was, actually. But, yeah. Congratulations, Potato. I'm happy to hear that. I used to go live in Breath of the Wild, and Potato was so fucking high that he was almost hallucinating. It was pretty full on. And then I had another guy who was watching my Let's Play of, well, live Let's Play that is, of Twilight Princess. Maybe it was one of my live stream playthroughs. And he'd been on like a fucking 48-hour bender. And he was sitting in a chair, freaking out, watching my live stream. Like he was not... He must have been like 3 bottles into a spirit. He'd gone really hard on some weed and he was just watching my live stream trying to cope with life. I seem to remember that. Yeah, Potato would remember him because I remember Potato was in that live stream. Yeah, he was having a bad day, that guy. I can't remember who he was now. I hope he's doing okay. I genuinely hope he's okay. Because I don't remember his name, that means he hasn't watched me for some time. That could be because he doesn't watch Monster Hunter stuff, I don't know. I record a lot more Monster Hunter now than I did then, but... yeah. You think so? You think he's in my Discord? I just can't remember who it is. It was long ago enough for me to not know who it was. That's the best way to do it, Peaberry. What I would say to you is that the healthiest way to live life is to not become beholden to a substance. Just whether that's something as innocent as coffee or as destructive as a drug, just don't touch it. Alright. We're going to fight a Lagiacruz. I'll try to figure out what I want to hunt. Well, I know what I'm going to hunt. I just mean, like, what am I going to use to hunt it? Let's use the Bandolance. That's always a good choice. It's quite attractive. It's an attractive weapon. I used to joke... when people said... I distinctly remember this line of conversation. When people would say in the online chat, Gunlance isn't in this game, I'd say, yeah, it is. And they'd be like, no, it isn't. I'm like, no, it is. They'd be like, oh, prove it. And I'd equip this. And they'd be like, what? Because in the early days... it wasn't as known for some reason. Like, let's say mid-2010, because these were event quests. They only rotated occasionally. So the first time this event quest came out, I maybe made this lance, and then people would say there was no gun lance, and I would equip this, and they would get their minds blown, and it was quite funny. But yeah, I do have a memory of that. It's a good Monster Hunter video podcast reference from P. Berry. My 2020 live streams were still pretty good. I don't like my Monster Hunter live streams from 2019 because I don't like the camera angle. It was like this. It was like that and very close to the camera. I didn't like it at all. Not good. It's good to be side on, slightly, but it's not good to be that side on. I don't think it looks good. Sometimes you have to experiment with different camera angles to really know what's good and what's bad. I've decided that I don't like straight on, and I don't like practically a profile view. What I have here is what I like the most. It's sort of straight on, but also slightly to the side. You remember that mushroom moment? Fucking hell. Potato's talking about my old Try Let's Play. So the Doomlink account that I was using to play through Try was used for a Try Let's Play that no longer exists on my channel. And in that first recording, I did a mushroom quest, and I believe I couldn't find all the mushrooms, and I had become so angry that I tossed my controller, and it disconnected my webcam, and I didn't realize it. So the rest of the recording took place with like a static image of me. It was really bad. I got fucking angry. Yeah, it wasn't just me being stupid. I mean, Potato was there. He knows that just I was gathering at these mushroom nodes and I was not getting the mushroom that I needed. It was really bad. That was back in 2020. That was bad news. I won't forget that for a while. Yeah, it was, yeah, Takashi, you were the only person to stick around after that raid. That was a very successful raid for me, for the short term. I had a lot of people watching. I probably had about 50 to 60 people watching that live stream, and they all seemed enamored with me. They all really liked me, and they thought I was entertaining. I had a few people clipping that live stream, and yeah, they were definitely entertained, and then they just never fucking came back. And that's when I realized, quite frankly, after that raid, that was the raid, Takashi. Like, that raid that you found me from, that was the raid that taught me that I should never get too excited about a raid, because it doesn't fucking mean anything. And people are very fickle. Entertainment, as an industry and as a profession, or even as a hobby, is interesting, because to keep people engaged is a fine art. It's not, like, you could literally engage people. You could be the most entertaining person on planet Earth. I mean, I said it recently. I said, when I was last raided on Twitch, which was a few days ago, maybe last week, I said I could do a fucking handstand and I wouldn't be able to retain this audience. What I mean is that you could literally be entertaining, but it's not enough for them to tune in again. You know, it's like, well, what would be enough for you to tune in again? There's a certain laziness when it comes to people receiving entertainment, and the right circumstances have to present themselves for a person to continue watching. Obviously for you, Takashi, the circumstances presented themselves in such a way that it was easy for you to continue watching me and to continue receiving that which entertained you from me. But you were the one person out of all of those people who stuck around for that live stream, so that was, I believe it was Super Rad. I seem to recall that Super Rad was doing, I think that was his name, Super Rad. He was doing he was working on a video which he eventually released, which was some sort of discussion, some sort of comparative discussion about Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, which therefore meant that he was playing 3 Ultimate, and he was probably getting some B-roll or whatever he was doing, I don't know, but he was live streaming it. And I was like the only person fucking live streaming 3 Ultimate at the time, and so he raided me. I remember I actually quite like Super Rad, and I will tell you why. It's because of how he approached that raid. When he raided me, we were actually in the process, like me and my regular viewers were in the process of having like quite a meaningful discussion, and we were enjoying it. And then we got raided, which included Takashi. And just the chat got swamped. It got bombed practically by all of these messages. It's like, raid, and all this. And I said, you know, it's quite regrettable that I've been raided because it means that we can't continue having this nice discussion that we were having. And Super Rad was apologetic about it. He's like, oh, I'm sorry about that. And I'm like, no, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's like, that's the nature of raiding someone. But just the way in which he was apologetic, and genuinely so, I thought was nice. So, yes, I'm sure a lot of his view players, you know what, that might explain it. Maybe that's why the audience didn't stick around. It's probably because they're more focused on modern Monster Hunter rather than old Monster Hunter. Thanks for actually mentioning that, because I wouldn't have known otherwise. That explains it. Yeah, Potato found me from the Monster Hunter Online video that I did, which would have been, I don't know if it was the closure of Monster Hunter Online or the live stream that I did before it. There were 2 Monster Hunter Online videos that I did that were quite good. It was the lead up to the closure, and then there was also, so Vernon found me from the one before Potato's video. So the one that Potato found was the one where I was discussing the closure of the Monster Hunter Online servers, and then Vernon found me with the one that did well before that, which was discussing the upcoming closure. So, I do remember that. Well, yeah, I don't doubt that, Takashi. Like, I'm sure he would like 3 Ultimate. Like, Super Rad, I'm sure. Like, if he's genuine. And I know some people who aren't genuine. Like, Arax Gaming, he was full of shit. Completely up his ass. Maybe not up his ass. I don't want to cast aspersions on his nature. But there were people, when Rise came out, who were gushing about how good it was. And it was clear why. It was very clear why. It had nothing to do with their own personal opinion on the game. The point is that if you're a content creator, even as, like, on a hobby level, like if you're doing it for your own personal enjoyment, even at that level, it's tempting to just record what larger amounts of people want to see. It's very tempting. But at the end of the day, you have to look at yourself and say, well, am I going to have as much fun recording a game that I'm morally opposed to? Just to talk to more people? The reality is that what I enjoy doing is presenting my own work to an audience that may or may not see me. I would want them to see me, but at the end of the day, it is a product that I enjoy creating, and that product that I create will not change depending on how many people watch me. So, and what is important to that product is whether or not I enjoy the game that I'm playing. So, yeah, I don't play Monster Hunter games that I think detract from the series and whatever else. That's the point. Yeah, that's kind of ironic. Finding out about Monster Hunter Online from a video talking about it shutting down, that's kind of sad. But do you know what? You did miss out on much. At Monster Hunter Online, I didn't play that much of it. I wanted to play more of it than I did, but it was hard. It was really hard to get on board with it. There were a lot of ways in which it honestly sucked. I'd forgotten that you found me through that, P-Berry. podcast memories, yeah. Yeah, and I think I talked to you about my perspective on that live stream. That live stream was unfortunate because it wasn't so much that I wanted to be the only person there. Shepard inviting other people on to that live stream inevitably meant that it detracted from the content, which was the podcast. It wasn't our reactions to it, it was Shepard's reactions to it that we really wanted. I was included in that because Shepard wanted to include the person who had compiled all of that footage. But you will know that during that live stream, I wasn't constantly commenting on it. I was largely quiet for it, because the point was for the content to be entertaining, and for Shepard's reaction to that content to be the next level of entertainment. The only time I talked was when I was adding context, or if Shepard was asking me something specific about what was going on. Like, why was this included, or what was happening here. That was the only time I talked, but then he started adding people to the call, and they were just noisy and loud. Some of them were part of a friend group that I would later be a part of, and yeah, that was kind of what detracted from Shepard's live streams in general. But yeah, that compilation was sort of an expression of appreciation that I had for that video podcast. I loved that video podcast. I still love it today. And really, I made that for my own viewing. And I haven't watched it recently. I'd like to watch it again soon, but I'll give it another year or two, and then I'll enjoy it even more when I do eventually watch it. Yeah, we should do that. We'll have a watch party. I'll live stream it. That'd be good, actually. I'd very much enjoy that. Maybe I won't wait for as long as 2 years, but maybe next year we'll watch that compilation. It was very funny. Because those guys, I have to say, sometimes the best things don't last forever. In fact, usually the best things don't last forever. And when I say forever, I don't mean literally. I mean, well, technically nothing lasts forever, right? But what I mean is that they cease to exist sooner than you would like them to. And that definitely happened with those guys. I don't know what broke them apart. As I understand, it was mostly Nick who broke them apart. Nick wanted to do more with that formula. He wanted to expand. He wanted to do new things. But Shepard and Christian didn't really want to. And that caused a rift. Nick didn't really want to participate. I don't remember Nuxella's position on it. He was a bit of a memer. He didn't take strong positions on anything. I've talked to them all. Not all of them. I've talked to a few of them. But yeah, Nuxella was not... I don't think he would have taken a strong position on anything. But look, for those of you who didn't watch it, I would encourage you to watch it. The Monster Hunter video podcast, which began when Tri released, it started as an audio podcast. Beginning with what I believe to be episode 19, they started to have videos, and it started with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, with them playing Freedom Unite and just talking about Monster Hunter. And it just evolved into this excellent video podcast, essentially, where they're discussing Monster Hunter and playing the game. And it was really good. I guess the dynamics between those different personalities worked really well. So, yes, that's how you spell his name. Takashi, I think the reason why you haven't been around as much is because I record at a time when you're not available. That's neither my fault nor your fault. I am usually at work at this time. So what is it now? It is 3:20 p.m. I'm usually at work, so yeah, that's definitely not your fault. Nor my fault. But, yeah. When I record at a weird time, it's usually because something has changed in my daily schedule. So, there you are. I do know that Rathalos is our next monster, so I will equip something for that. Something fun. Something fun. Let's use Dragon Bowgun. Now, I do actually have a text file that tells me all of my different bowguns for different elements. Monster Hunter Tribe bowguns. Rapid Dragon is apparently Gen Alatreon Rathalos Plus. Here we go. That's apparently my dragon gun. As simply as you just witnessed it, I change to my dragon loadout. Oh, but I'd best put dragon shots into my inventory. So we want the dragon shots themselves and also whatever is needed to combine for them. No. Here we go, dragon shots. And dragon-filled berries. And we will need bone husk large. Don't really need husk berries, we'll just put bone husk L. And that's what we need to combine for dragon shots, as you can see. Outside of that, we'll see what our gun can shoot. We're not going to need more than that, to be honest. This is a low-rank village Rathalos. This is going to absolutely decimate him. But we'll bring normal shots as well. I probably already have them, come to think of it. Yes, I do. This will certainly suffice. Alright. Let's eat and get out of here. Potato, your mentioning of Monster Hunter Online's graphics is on point. Monster Hunter Online's graphics were really the best part of that game. They cut corners on everything else. The graphics of Monster Hunter Online, and I said it at the time, and I'll say it again, were and are the best that Monster Hunter has ever seen. It's incredible. The locales particularly, the locales of Monster Hunter Online were incredible. They looked so good. And they also did remasters of the locales from 2nd gen. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. They looked really good. Alright, I may as well kill this dragon. I'm fucking one-shotting these jaggies. Tried to do a turnaround hip fire there. I was close. Sort of hoping that Rathalos comes down soon. He does sometimes come to Area 2. Yeah, more big meat. If you want to take issue with me eating big meat, there's going to be a problem. Because that's a non-negotiable. That's a fucking non-negotiable. Goodbye. I'm not going to carve you either. Peaberry says, can you feed Char-Char the next time you go out, please? With a smiley face. I mean, you're implying that I'm fucking starving this creature, which I might be, but I have no desire to feed him. I have no desire to do that. Ow. How the hell is... How could a low-rank Rathalos not be flinched by that? This is really damaging, this stuff. There you go. How dare you not be flinched by me? Motherfucker. He took that fireball for me. Look. You can pretend like that's something special. Quite frankly, that's his job. That's what I would expect from him. So I'm not going to give him a pat him. I'm not going to pat him on the back for doing what he's expected to do. Okay. By the way, you can see that dragon shots can be loaded up to 30 in Monster Hunter Tri, which is pretty cool. I like that. I was so spoilt by dragon shots in this game. I was thoroughly disinclined to use dragon shots after Tri for this reason. It's because you used to be able to load so many of them. They went from 30 to 3. 3. Wait, was it 3 or 5? 3 or 5, something like... it may have been 5, I might be being dramatic, but I think it was 5 shots maximum. Like, what the fuck? That's sad. Char Char can unionize all he fucking wants. In fact, maybe involving Kayamba was part of the unionization. But, yeah. Like, fuck that guy. I don't like Char Char. I am all about the cat companions. Why aren't you dead? Hello? I don't care if you're limping. It's not a limp that I want. It's death that I want. I want your life. Do 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 do. That's a reference that no one will ever get. Alright. I will pursue you to Area 3 because I think that's where you're going. You have located an Aptonoth to consume. I see them. Yes, I'm still live. As I said, this is what happens when you're not here. Yeah, get out of here. Good night. I wish I wasn't covering the Moga Village kill score, because that's really cool. I love the way it looks, I love the way it feels. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot that you live in Europe. See, because you're from Hunsterverse, Nagaku-ka, I keep thinking you're Southeast Asian, but you're not. You're actually fucking European. What's wrong with you? Go back to sleep. Surely you need to go back to sleep. It's still the middle of the night there. Yes, well that's what the Q creates, phonically. If you feel differently about it, change your damn name. Unbelievable. Alright. Hunt report. After all that, I can go and fight that Rathalos again. The reality is that I don't want to. So, as you accumulate kills in the free hunt mode in Moga Woods, you can basically turn in your kills for a hunt report, which will turn it into resources. And you can actually take items like these, which can be traded. We got a Sea King scale, among other things. So there you go. The Argosy Sea Captain is here. And we can rare trade using Sea King scale, for example. He doesn't have very interesting things to trade for. Power Charm for 4. Wow, brilliant. No. But if you think about it, acquiring, what is it, 36,000 Zenny? Something like that. Versus killing a Lagiacruz? I know what's easier to do when you're in the early game, so yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Hog and a Frog? How about we get Hog and a Frog? Dex out your pet in style. The cute tadpole tail will turn heads and warm hearts. I think we have to get this. Hog in a Frog. That's it. We need to dress our Poogie as a tadpole. How do I do that? He's currently, I don't know what that is, but you're about to get changed into Hog and a Frog. What's the... Yeah, that's the way we want our Poogie to be dressed. Alright. That is officially the appearance that our Poogie is going to have from now on. My Poogie is named Homer. That was the name of my Poogie with my original Try character, actually. I remembered that when I made this character, so I made sure that this Poogie was also named Homer. It's a good name for a Poogie. Grunt, Grunt, Grunt? I'm not changing it. I'm very happy with your name. Just as I was mentioning his name, he's asking if I want to change it. Maybe that's a subtle indication that he's not happy with it. Well, I'm very happy with it. You're staying Homer. That's it. I'm checking to see if there's anyone to play with. If there isn't, then fine. Ugh. If there isn't anyone to play with, I will promise you this. This live stream's over. I'm happy to continue on if there are people to play with here, but I can only play offline for so long. No, I'm not changing games and playing on Hunsterverse. There's 4 people online. That means I'm either going to join a room that's almost full, or a room with 2 people in it. Well, 2 people including myself. Or I'm not going to be able to join anything meaningful. Let's find out. Full fucking room. Bastards. And the other person is not even here. Oh well, that concludes our recording. I do thank you all for watching. I will see you next time I'm recording more Monster or anything else you'd like to watch. And I bid you all farewell for now. It is, what is it? It is 3:34. I have not eaten today, and I would like to eat. So I will gorge myself on food for humans, and I will see you all next time, and I do thank you all for joining me. Bye bye for now.